Welcome in, Flesh and Blood world, to the calling in Bangkok. My name is Bryce Platz, and with me is somewhat of a fresh face to the coverage booth, but he's always been there, lurking on your screens. And lately, he has developed quite the penchant and passion for the Silver Age format, which happens to be what we are presenting to you all weekend long. It is, of course, Steven DMArmada Cookus. How are you, brother?
I am so good. I am so excited for this weekend. We are going to be watching so much Flesh and Blood. Any day I can watch Flesh and Blood is a great day for me, and now we get to do it in my new favorite format, Silver Age.
Okay, and you are a kindred spirit in my eye, although I have been watching a heck of a lot more Classic Constructed. Now, it's going to be no surprise to anybody that knows you from your YouTube content that you have dove headfirst and headlong into the Silver Age format, and you have been experimenting with just about every single hero in doing so. So, it's been a little while since Silver Age has graced our screens. This is, in fact, the first calling since calling San Diego back on Valentine's Day, February of earlier this year. What has changed?
Well, a lot has changed with this format. This format has grown by leaps and bounds, and we can actually break this all the way down if we want to dive into it. But just to keep it short for right now, we have had a massive shift in this metagame from that season 1 to where we are now. And it's been a blast to watch and engage with. So I don't know about you, but I can't wait to see some games this weekend.
Well, and I can't wait for you to break down the history of Silver Age up to this point. But like you said, brevity is our friend, at least for now. Put a pin in that, folks, and we'll be giving you ultimately the lore of this newfangled and economic format in Flesh and Blood. First, we talk about what you are going to see throughout this week. That is, of course, the schedule for the calling. It is going to be fairly standard if you viewed a calling in the past. Day 1, it's all Silver Age all the time. That's the categorical difference from what you'll see this weekend. 7 Swiss rounds of Silver Age, and of course, a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy that'll be given away at the end of not just today, but also tomorrow. We got 2 drinking buddies to give away. So go ahead and grab some grog, get up next to Tough Nut, and roll the dice by staying active in chat at the end of each day. Day 2, however, will feature 4 Swiss rounds, and then, of course, our illustrious cut to the top 8. And we're going to even see if we can give you some bonus matches compared to what you normally get in a Classic Constructed calling, because, as you'll see, Silver Age games do go a little bit faster.
Yes, it is a fast, fun, and frenetic format, and we're going to be able to show a lot of games this weekend, which I am so excited for, as I mentioned already. But I think we're going to move on to maybe talking about a little bit of what we have on show here in this metagame. Is that correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct, but not before we take a look at a dancing drinking buddy. It's showing a shanty for you because you could be the winner of, like I said, cold foil hot stamped giveaway card. Right now, the only way to get your hands on one of these is from stream giveaways. That's not to say we won't be giving it away in other ways in the future, but bottom line, it's only a giveaway, and it's only right now happening right here on stream. So stay active in chat and see if you can get your greasy mitts on one of these beautiful cards. Okay, now we will proceed, of course, to the spoils of today. All of you at home can win that drinking buddy, but for the players parked squarely in Bangkok at the moment, they're going for their cut of 20,000 USD. The top 8, of course, will go home with gold cold foil legendaries, Pro Tour invites, and a smattering of World Tour points. All so important if you want to stay in the running for the World Tour race, which is not just international, it's also region-based, of course. So all of the players, or the majority of the players in the room today, will be representing the APAC region, and so they don't necessarily have to compete directly with the likes of world-trotting Jacob Clements, who is there as well, if you can believe it.
Yep, exactly. And not only that, but we can highlight the fact that when you play in one of these events, you get the brand new tournament packs, which are so cool. I have had the privilege, nay, the joy of opening one, and I got myself some great loot from the tournament packs.
What's your favorite one that you've claimed so far?
Well, I mean, I've gotten red Emeritus Scolding, yellow Emeritus Scolding, blue Emeritus Scolding, so I'm completing the wizard collection. That's my goal.
And wouldn't you know it, Steven, you happen to be a fan of Blaze Firemind, and so you kind of need a full smattering of those, a full 6 to really bling that deck out. And now we're going to be saying goodbye to the Champions Prize, at least in some respects. The cold gold foil quick dodge full art flexors, as they are known, as the quintessential prize, the trophy for winning a calling in the year of 2026, is going to be sunset very soon and replaced with the circlet from IAR. Now, Steven, have you been able to get your hands on one of these cold gold foil quick dodge flexors before they go?
Yes, I have too.
Wouldn't that... That's impressive indeed.
No, I've seen the picture of them. I think this was more correct. No, I do not have one of these myself. It is a beautiful card, though. Can you believe the art on that? But it's not even just that. You mentioned the circlet. That circlet is going to look incredible as well. Even
better when it's on your mantelpiece, just like the two quick dodge flexors.
Yes, I'm keeping them over there. Sam's holding them for me.
Over there. Oh, Sam's in the room. Hi, Sam. Hold on to those quick dodge flexors, okay, buddy? All right, he's got thumbs up. They are safe and sound in his hands. And of course, now we've put a pin in it, but you get to take center stage, my brother, and tell us the story of Silver Age back then and the way it is now. So let's go ahead and kick this off straight away. Run us through how this format started, and, well, here we go. The votes are in. I guess first we should talk about the first community voice in the game, which was promised to us by the dev team. Ira Crimson Haze, Kano, and KO gone.
Yes.
Chain, the king, he's back.
Yes, the chain has returned. The king is taking his throne once again. At least that was the assumption after these votes were cast. And this really is where we should start the storyline, because the benching of these three very powerful, very potent heroes really set the stage for what we're about to see. And as we note with those three heroes, it wasn't just about those heroes being benched. It was also about the unbannings that took place in Silver Age. We saw Aether Spindle come back. We saw Burn Up Shock and Lightning Press come back, and we saw Briar not go to the bench. And what that immediately told us all, and I can take a little bit of responsibility for this. I thought that the puzzle we were about to get, that we were going to engage with in this meta, was going to be all Briar all the time. That the queen was truly returning.
Who could stop her?
Because she is so powerful and so dominant, particularly with the combination of Burn Up Shock and Lightning Press. Now, of course, if you're assuming that she is at the top of the heap, then what do you do to combat her? And that left a couple of possibilities as far as answers are concerned. Maybe you provide very efficient blocking turns to try and stymie that offensive overlap, and you play something like Oldham. Maybe you disrupt her by putting Icelander on the table and saying, I'm going to give you frostbites. Or maybe you just play on another axis that she can't as easily engage with Blaze, and just push arcane damage really fast. That was sort of the genesis of this new meta, these pieces that you see on screen. But metas don't stay that way. At least this one didn't stay that way for long, because once we actually got to the showdown in Auckland, we saw some really interesting data come out. Now, of course, we have to say that Andrea Mengucci did indeed pick this event up with Briar, as you would expect. But look at the top 8 and recognize that this event was almost usurped by Rhinar himself. The meta was far more open than perhaps we originally thought. I mean, yes, this was Briar's show to win, but Rhinar was right there, just a turn cycle away from picking up the showdown in Auckland. And it also revealed something else about this metagame. It showed that there was more space to play around with. Dromai was in that top 8. We saw our first sighting of Phi as a possible answer to another sort of aggro slant. And then another answer in Disruption from Flattering Showman. And this is where things started to open up. As the events continued to unfold, we had more revealed to us. We had Showdown Minneapolis and Zachary Sukamel picking up the win on Flattering Showman. And then take a look over on the left. Look at that top 8. You see a couple of other pieces there. First of all, literally only one Briar. Have multiple disruptive heroes that are trying to stop of get a call
for
won by Bravo Flattering Showman. But again, it doesn't even stop there, because as we continue forward, we see a couple of key pieces take place. First of all, we have to mention that Cash-In, Steelblade Shunt were both unbanned, like directly after this event, allowing a brand new avenue of attack on the metagame. And Steelblade Shunt, a fantastic get for a variety of different warriors. Fantastic pickup. You also see Cash-In right there. Seeds of Agony is a big grab for Chain. And of course, Vigorous Smash-Up as well. These were unbanned directly after that, and then you would expect things would change. And after all of that unbanning, of course, that's when Blaze wins.
She comes into the fore, and with a Aether Spindle in hand, or perhaps even 6, the maximum that could be run. Now that Kano was out of the fray, all of a sudden, devs could bring Aether Spindle back in, and kind of were forced to, based on their principle of keeping all cards within those Chapter 1 and 2 constructed decks in play.
Yeah, and I want to highlight this. Take a look at this showdown in Shinjuku top 8. Because at the very bottom, you see something that we might even see today. There was an Olympia at this event. Now, this was the Decimator Great Axe Olympia, but just keep in mind that this was an event that was full of different heroes. I mean, the top 8 there is almost 8 different heroes. It's 7. There's 2 copies of Briar. But eventually, this was taken down by Ryo Takashima on Blaze, and crazier than that, this was not normal Blaze. This was attack action Blaze with 0 for 4s, with Ravenous Rabbles, playing 15 blues instead of 18. Not as many spells. Like, this was a fundamental shift in how that deck is even engaged with.
Something more similar to like a Battle Mage Icelander that we've seen in the past in Classic Constructed.
Exactly. This was the version of the list that became popularized, and over the past month now has really gained in prominence in the metagame in comparison to the, I would say, quote-unquote, normal way that Blaze is played.
Which brings us, of course, to the showdown in Las Vegas, where famously Nova Chan of Team Blue Pitch got to the top 8 with that exact flavor of Blaze.
Exactly. You see that, and not only that, there were actually 2, because War 7s also took a very similar list, and it was the attack action version of Blaze that found success and moved into the top 8. But then both were customarily defeated by Oldham, and Enigma showed up, but the entire event was finally taken down by Fabian Rex on Phi. And I just want to say, this Phi deck that ended up winning the entire event is incredible. I have been playing the heck out of this deck, and it is so potent and powerful. This was the really like the celebration of Phi as a contender, but it was also our first, or our next sighting, I should say, of Enigma as a possible answer to some of those Guardians.
Which is funny, because Enigma does feel like this deck that has always been lurking below the surface. I mean, if we call all the way back to Calling San Diego, granted, the topography of that meta was completely different than what we're about to see today. Jude Cornette found his way into the top 8 with Enigma. Did have some struggles against the Kano of Jacob Clements, given that he took that event down ultimately and has a chance to do back-to-back wins of Sage Callings. But never you mind, Enigma is here and might have a very interesting play in this meta.
Yeah, very much so. But that leads us to our final set of results and where the meta stands now. And I want to highlight this because this was just, last weekend? 2 weekends ago at this point? The showdown in Edinburgh. Look at the top 8. Now, this is the final return to form of Briar. Briar taking down the event, but something should stand out to a lot of players.
A lot of things, honestly.
Yes, if you've been following along, the first thing that might stand out to you is the rise of Oscilio. This deck cannot be understated. The power of this deck and the sort of the obfuscation of what you could be doing with this deck is massive, and it's one of the picks, in my opinion, for decks going forward. If you're looking for a skirmish deck, this is one we're going to talk a lot about. But it's not even that, because look at that. There's also a Riptide in the top 8, preying on those Phis and those Briars, and yes, another Blaze down at the bottom.
I was about to say, Steven, you said the first thing you might notice is 3 copies of Oscilio. I was looking at the green man for sure. Our OG, he's got zombie vibes for sure, even before Gravy Bones came into the mix. Now, I did have a peek at that 4th seed Gustavo Silurello Riptide list, and it does seem fairly slanted just towards a traditional red line Riptide list. It's a lot of pumps. It's a lot of 0-cost arrows. I believe only 1 yellow in the list, and it was a Nimbalism.
Yeah, it was a fantastic list. It's a great list, and it's one that I'm a big Riptide fan, and I've been playing a very similar list since before Silver Age was even called Silver Age, and it is very functional and very potent against Briars and against Phis, so it was a great meta call. But that leads us to the puzzle that we have now. A far cry from the, perhaps closed off meta that we all assumed. Oscilio's here. Briar, of course, is truly at the top of the heap. There's no way to split it, but she's not alone. Because if we think about how this is all played out, it really comes down to this triangle. It's aggro, it's control, if you can even call it that, and then it's counters. And it starts at the aggro point. And these are the decks to beat at the aggro level. We're talking Briar, we're talking Phi, and we're talking Oscilio. They each play on a slightly different axis. They each have their own special quirks, but this is where the questions are asked. These are the decks that are asking the questions, and it's everyone else that needs to provide the answers. And the decks that are doing the best at providing those answers are these. I say control from the perspective of they are dictating the defensive pace. They are stopping on hits. They are building a board state with Enigma. They are answering the question. And those 2 decks perhaps answer them better and more consistently than any that we see. And finally, you have the counters. These are decks that are quite good at answering one of those 2 other points, and they may struggle into the others, but they have the capacity to run the table because of their sheer power or their versatility. They can indeed just approach the meta from either perspective, depending on how you build the deck. So that is what this meta has become. That is where we're at. And it is, like I said, far more open, far more engaging than I think anyone could have ever predicted.
Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, given the unbanning of Lightning Press and Burn Up Shock being so oppressive, and honestly, they have been in some of these showdown events, just especially the one that Andrea Mengucci won, it wasn't a foregone conclusion that we would have kind of the quintessential question. Do I bring an A-level deck or a level 1 deck that is asking those questions? Do I bring a level 2 deck that answers level 1? Or do I bring level 3 that might have an edge into both sides of the coin while sacrificing, one of the top meta contenders? And
sure,
we got to bring it back to Enigma again. I do start to think if Oscilio's stocks start to go up, all of a sudden the weakness that Enigma inherently has against aggro is completely fixed if you're sending Tall Arcane against a ward board.
Yeah, there's a ton of different ways we can split this. I mean, you can think, okay, well, if Oldham or Bravo Flattering Showman is the answer to someone like a Briar or a Phi, then what answers that? And that's where Blaze actually makes hay in this format. Whereas if you're looking at Oscilio or if you're looking at Phi and you're thinking, I want to play Blaze because I have the ability to, do a counter burn strategy, it's going to be a lot harder. So really it comes down to what you expect at your event, what you expect at this event, that meta share to really be for these heroes.
Well, luckily you don't have to wait too much longer to find out what you should be expecting at this event, because we turn straight to our metagame here at Calling Bangkok. What have the good people thought to bring to Thailand? No surprises at the top. 23% representation for Briar, followed shortly by 10% for Phi and Dromai, respectively. Only 1 copy shy for Dromai being second most represented. Does that seem like a surprise to you, Steven?
I was shocked when I saw this. The fact that Dromai is this heavily represented has to say something about the mindsets of the players. Either one, they just really like Dromai's chances. They like the fact that Dromai can kind of go toe-to-toe by building a board, playing red 0 for 4s, and playing prevention, or they just like dragons. It could be that as well. But 15 players bringing that. They have to come to terms with the fact that there are tough matchups on that field looking down at that board. And one of them's right there at 13 copies. Bravo Flattering Showman. That is a tough one for Dromai to navigate.
So many poppers, so difficult to establish dragons. It's not like Classic Constructed. You can't just go ahead and, stick a Mirror Guy and a Chromai and carry the day with things like, oh my gosh, I burned them all, or other evasive sorts of damage. And while you've gotten Rake the Embers back, you only have a finite amount of dragons in 40 cards, and Bravo can pop with the best of them. Moving on down, there's our Enigma and Oscilio, perhaps the sleeper picks, I guess we could call them, Stephen, for this weekend. And then Oldhim, only with 5 copies in the room. Honestly, that's almost as much of a surprise to me as Dromai at 15.
I think Oldhim plays an important part in this type of metagame, but I also think that there are significant downsides to playing Oldhim, especially in this room with that many Dromais versus Bravo. Now, Oldhim has to go about cutting a large chunk of their poppers in order to play the full suite of yellow block fours. And when you cut that number down, I counted, it's like 10 to 14 poppers, period. You can definitely play that matchup comfortably from the Dromai perspective. So there is a step down in quality if you're expecting a lot of Dromais. Maybe that was the meta call made by many of these players.
And maybe they could have expected this many Dromais, because if we call back to calling Edinburgh, third most represented deck there, also Dromai, which honestly, I would not have expected until I went back and looked at the data.
Yeah, that's, again, that's very shocking to me. But there's something that we're going to see throughout this weekend. There are decks in this format that have very plus matchups and very difficult matchups, and it's going to come down to player skill to see who can really come to the fore on those. Now, I want to point this out because my favorite deck in the entire format was Blaze, and there's only 5 of them. It's a tough time for Blaze, but
we would be remiss to not talk about some of our one of copies. Silver Age being a format that has even more heroes available to it than Classic Constructed. There's so much room for adaptation and for the ability for players to find an angle that nobody expects. Number one, I should mention, they said it. The King was back, and yet only 1 copy of Chain makes its way into calling Bangkok.
I think that is such an underrated hero as well.
Tragic,
I mean,
honestly,
it's so underrated. I was at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, and all throughout that weekend, I would run into Mara Ferris, and every time I did, Mara would just tell me another horror story about 30 to 40 damage pitch stacked that she was inflicting upon her opponents on Chain, playing Runegate Chain, just throwing massive attacks across the board. So I think there's something there if people are willing to dive in and look.
Which would be a surprise if they weren't, because Chain being such a beloved hero. Maybe everybody's kind of doing a little bit of role play and understanding that he's dead in lore, so we should probably leave him by the wayside for now.
The King is dead. Long live the King. But
yes,
maybe he deserves to be here.
And speaking of which, there is one of copy of Viserai, the Usurper, although he is technically not the Usurper in the hero that is brought today. Correct. Anyway, we could wax on and on and on about the King being dead or alive, but we do need to proceed to the real stakes of this tournament. Everybody in the Flesh and Blood world has their eyes glued to the screen because they want to know what to do at their LGS for Skirmish season, which will be featuring the Silver Age format as one would expect. It's going on, well, starting now, August 8th to the 23rd in 2026. It's Skirmish Season 15, where you can expect plenty of glory and also plenty of spoils. Dorinthea, Quicksilver Prodigy in Cold Foil, will be given away, I believe, 1 copy to the winner and 1 copy as a random giveaway for the LGS. Huge stuff there, in addition to a Arcane Polarity in its brand new artwork that you can see over on the right side there. Rainbow foils will go to the top 8 competitors, the top 4 competitors. We'll find out in just a moment as I click through these slides. But I wanted to talk about the Arcane Polarity alt art playmat, because one of those will go to the winner and also one of those will be given away alongside that cold foil Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy. What do you see here, Steven, that excites you the most?
I'll tell you, it's the thing that you haven't mentioned yet. It's the cold foil shove off. As a Warrior fan, we are eating so good right now. We have so much to look forward to, and that cold foil shove off is going into every Silver Age blue base that you could possibly play it in. It's that good, and it is so worth playing for and picking up, and it's going to the top 2 players at every skirmish.
Well, maybe you're not feeling 100% confident in Silver Age. Maybe you have been kind of like me and you've been mainly Classic Constructed pilled for a while. Get out there, get yourself a gem pack, and also enter for a chance to get Dorinthea and, of course, that Arcane Polarity playmat. That's Skirmish Season 15. Get out to your LGS and participate, because it's going on right now. And what else is going on right now, Steven, is some Silver Age action in Thailand, in Bangkok, for your viewing pleasure. And I can't wait to get one locked and loaded in the chamber to kick this thing off. We go down to the feature match area straight away. We're going to be holding just for a moment, folks, as we get that game ready. It will be featuring, I do know, Mr. Jacob Clements on Oscilio, who was on Twitter asking the good people in the Flesh and Blood world to provide him some strike twices.
Was he really? I didn't see that.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, that's so fun. I wasn't sure. I would assume that Jacob Clements would be there, but I wasn't sure exactly what he was going to be playing. It was really exciting to see that he was playing Oscilio, because that is a deck that is rising to prominence very quickly. Putting 3 copies into a top 8 does something for a hero, and well, let's just say there's a lot of ways you could play this hero, and you never know what you're sitting down to face when you're on the other side of it.
Well, I do apologize, folks. We are calling a audible real quick. We do have a technical issue, and so we're going to cut to a quick break, sort that out, and then we'll be back with Flesh and Blood action as promised. Stay tuned. There's more coming at you in just a moment. boy, we are back and better than ever. Bryce Platz with Steven, DMArmada Cookus, and thank goodness, a Mischievous Meat got into our transformer and did fry the whole relay, but we got it back up and running, and I don't want to tell you about the fate of the meat. But the more important thing is that we get to watch some flesh and blood and call it in beautiful HD.
Yes, we do. We're back better than ever, and we get to watch Jacob Clements on Oscilio. That's what you said, right?
That is what I said, and I think it still remains true. We've got a game locked and loaded in the chamber, ready to go. Let's lead it off with our reigning Pro Tour champion, Jacob Clements. No, he's not from anywhere near Thailand, but he is across the pond and ready to do battle against Ryosuke Kono on Dromai. Not the Ash artist anymore, just straight up Dromai.
That's right. It's a young Dromai, and it's going to be a bit of a barn burner because we have ourselves a red line hero on one side, and we have a lightning wizard on the other. And this is one of those matchups that's really kind of blink and you miss it. It looks like Jacob Clements choosing to go first on this, which is a very solid choice because depending on what version of this list you're playing, you can just pop off right away with arcane damage that they just can't do anything about.
Indeed so, and that is going to be a hard time anyway because Dromai just has to run so many reds. Granted, you might be pretty happy when the opponent sends arcane damage your way and you're able to block it by pitching red cards, thereby generating Ash, but it can be difficult to deal with tall arcane when you don't have efficient ways to do so.
Yeah, it does. It's really contingent too on what these heroes are going to be built like, and specifically on the Jacob Clements Oscilio side, this hero can be built in almost 3 different ways. So it's going to be important to see how this goes first. But I think this kind of answers our question right here. We see Meteoric Impact for 6 being presented on turn 0, with the only real response being Seeker's Leggings activation.
And now I think if Jacob was going for a longer game, or he was going up against something like an AB 3 or 4 Oldham, he would be remiss to go ahead and discard away that Comet Storm Shock just for a little bit of extra juice on this Meteoric Impact. But as it stands, I think Jacob is showing us that this game is not going to go as long as that.
Yeah, exactly correct. Being able to just discard that, pitch a blue, send the Meteoric Impact for 6, and convert a nice chunk of damage. Having the official life lead, and well, this makes even more sense because you're following that up for an additional 3. Now, I believe you mentioned earlier that he was actually looking for copies of Strike Twice. Is
Who
that
was
right?
silly enough to actually give this man the cards he needed?
You gave him the ammo, and he used on turn 0 in round 1 of the Calling in Bangkok.
Now, it wasn't all bad for Ryosuke. It did pack the Silken Shroud and also Wave of Reality, so was able to ward out some of that significant arcane damage, but all of a sudden, completely shields down when it comes to Arcane Barrier. Will need to establish some Aether Ash Wings in order to actually start building up Arcane Barrier again and be able to interact with the damage from Jacob Clements. Ryosuke starting off, though, with a Scar for a Scar, coming in for a whopping 4 go again. All of a sudden, Ryosuke back with the life lead. 15 plays 14 and still 3 cards left in hand.
Well, and you mentioned the need to create Aether Ash Wings, and that's exactly what Ryosuke has in his hand. He has the ability to create multiple. Now, he does, of course, need to also generate Ash here, which he is indeed representing there on the board. A Ponder token sitting as well. But here, I believe we're about to see it. Yep, indeed, we have our first activation of a card that was actually banned for a time in this format. And here it is at the 4 with 2 Aether Ash Wings being created and 1 Ash represented.
That previous ban card, of course, Rake the Embers. If you don't know this one, well, it has been a Dromai staple since her days in Classic Constructed. And one of those cards that will provide offensive overlap to Dromai, especially in Silver Age. Now, it is often the way that you provide this question to mid-rangey decks or ones that just can't meet your damage ceiling, because all of a sudden, once several of these dragons have been established on board, you can do an old Prism cosplay. Just block out with 3 cards, play one of your reds, thereby providing go again via Dromai's weapon, and put your opponent in a real bind. Just like this one, Snatch ending off this combat chain, card drawn for Ryosuke, and reset into the arsenal. That Ponder token not doing a whole lot there, except for fixing the card into the arsenal for Ryosuke, which is not nothing, but it's going to be back over to Jacob Clements, who has not provided a single iota of respect to what Ryosuke has been able to put together.
You're 100% right. Normally, you will...
Comet Collision. So this is... 8. 8. Oh. Okay. 4, 1, 3. Okay. Yes. Okay, pitch 2. So take 6. Yep.
Damage and ending this game early. You just chuck the big arcane at it, and you know what? You don't really know what you're sitting down to deal with from Ryosuke's side of things, but I mean, Jacob Clements has shown us it's arcane time.
Now it goes to show the life totals are walking down fairly evenly at this point, but of course Jacob has the ability to do wizard things and cheat an extra turn out. Things like Flashbolt and any form of shock, Comet Storm shock, but also those brand new yellows from Omens of the Third Age, Constella Contemplation, Constella Uplift, etc., can essentially make it so that Ryosuke needs to put the nail in Jacob's coffin on this turn, lest he opened himself up to lethal.
I also want to point something out. We saw a reveal from the Ravenous Rabble, and on the top of the deck was On the Horizon. Here's a sneaky little point of value that you get sitting in Jacob Clements' seat as Oscilio. Your opponent doesn't know what to sideboard into you. They don't know if they need to bring On the Horizon or if they need to focus all their efforts on arcane prevention.
And now Kyloria established, one of the most fearsome dragons in the brood. This one will essentially draw a card on connection with Jacob Clements. The only resistance to that, I guess I should say, is if you're able to establish an item. Sometimes that can be a boon to you to have something like a copper token out for Kyloria to steal instead of drawing a card. But if you're a mechanologist, that's a completely different proposition. 4 go again now, and Jacob is now, for the first time this game, having to think.
There are a handful of ways for wizards to interact meaningfully with the board state and to be able to actually destroy dragons, to essentially just shoot them with arcane damage, to prevent any go again or any action point generation and end the turn. Could be thinking about that. Could also be thinking about how he wants to deploy what looks like a Cosmic Suture.
But first, it's going to be a discard of the Flashbolt. Perhaps just didn't have enough resource. Well, there's a lot of blues and yellows in that hand. Instead, maybe Jacob just trying to find some form of block here. Doesn't want to allow the Kyloria to connect. Does beg the question, why not just shoot it out of the sky?
He doesn't have a ton of ways to, stop this on-hit draw card if he didn't make this play. Now he's playing for the Cosmic Suture, playing the yellow one out there. And we also saw a glimpse of his arsenal. It's another Stir the Aether Winds. So he really is trying to get to his turn and send another large chunk of damage to try and close this gap.
Now, Jacob must shout out his enigmatic manicure. Tragically, did lose a little bit, one of his long nails in a pickleball match against Brody Spurlock recently. Must have been playing very hard indeed. So if you're fans of our manicured, mustachioed fellow on the left, well, condolences to him. Cosmic Suture now dealing 2 arcane damage. Seems to have been accepted by Ryosuke Kono, now down to 7. There's 3 damage prevention floating here, in addition to the Voltic Vanguard, which joins the fray to prevent the next 2 damage that would be dealt to Jacob this turn, and is activatable only because an instant has been played this turn. The follow-up is a bunch of Ashwings. By a bunch, I mean 2.
Exactly. Looking at, and this is a great way to finish the turn. That was off of the rip of the Ponder token, I believe. So we see Dust Up to close things out. Going to present 4 damage, and that puts him down to 1.
And Jacob just accepting it, not necessarily because he's happy to, based on the context of his hand, but instead because the majority of his hand just didn't block. At least not in the classic sense of the word block. But now does have an Aether Sling in the hand. Going to be a significant clapback, not necessarily enough to kill Ryosuke on its face, but it may very well be enough to go ahead and set up a shock. This is, never mind, 8 arcane.
Yeah, it does actually present casual lethal. If Ryosuke doesn't engage with this at all, he will be dead and burned. So he does need to pitch into this to some degree with those Aether Ash Wings, and that's exactly what he's queuing up right there.
Finally has been able to establish them, and that Seek Horizon not going to be helpful at all because Jacob is not saying any physical points of damage might as well go into the pitch zone. But still, it is a smattering of reds, which is not going to be an efficient way to interact with this damage by any means.
It's also a really uncomfortable hand because you don't have a red go again starter, right? The card that we're holding in hand, I think, is a Blaze Headlong.
I think so too.
So you don't have a way to effectively have a long turn, and that's exactly what you want to have when your opponent's at 1 and you have Kodachis on the board in the form of Aether Ashwings.
So it could very well just be a swing of Kyloria in this case for Ryosuke, trying to draw up maybe one of those sand covers that he desperately needs and now has more than enough material for after pitching 3 red cards in order to interact with that Aether Sling. And yes, it is just going to be a swing of Kyloria. I like this because Ryosuke is bluffing a Sigil of Solace normally, but
it's a sand cover. Yeah, you'd be bluffing a sand cover here.
Yeah, because we don't have Sigil of Solace.
Correct. It is no longer. Yeah. Going to discard here and look for Pings of Arcane. You're going to trigger that Starfall by getting rid of the 1. And there's the Uplift, which is going to trigger for 2. And this is basically just saying, do you have sand cover at this point?
And I do believe that Jacob has tapped down. Oh, no. We are waiting on resolution, I believe, of this Constella Uplift. It is going to be a pitch of 1. 1 damage should be leaking through. And there's the Flash Bolt. And Ryosuke can do nothing but extend the fist bump. The first round goes as the last round of Pro Tour Las Vegas did, to the British Jacob Clements, who seems to be on a generational run in Flesh and Blood. I think he is the one who's going to create a Fab dynasty, the likes of which we haven't really seen since Michael Hamilton's early days at the World Championship.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing for game number 1. We said it was going to be a barn burner, and it truly was. That barn is now burned all the way down and keeled over to the side, and it comes out the way of the Lightning Wizard.
Wouldn't you know it? It felt like that barn was doused in kerosene, tar, and something else flammable.
Sure, yeah. That's
okay,
about right.
Cool. I'm glad you agree, which means, of course, that we do get to talk about another barn burner product from Legend Story Studios, and that is, of course, Smash Palace. Go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage. Smash Palace is going to be in stores at the end of October 30th, 2026, to be precise, where you can get your hands on a fantastic, let's say, round-the-table product that you can play with players of all skill levels in Flesh and Blood, because it is not necessarily the value grind that we've come to expect from Flesh and Blood. Instead, it'll feature brand new heroes like Killjoy, the Crooked Blade, the first ever reviled warrior, but also a thief in her own right, who is providing a lot of fun ways to engage with the game of Flesh and Blood, some of which you might not normally expect, especially her weapon, Cutpurse Rapier. It's a pretty typical warrior weapon, costs 1, attacks for 3, but when it hits a hero, you get to steal a gold token they control. Classic stuff from Ms. Thief herself.
I cannot wait to play as this hero, and I have a soft spot for thieves, because we had our first thief introduced in High Seas, and of course he's a pirate, but now we get to play a warrior thief, and so this is gonna be a blast to play.
Okay, well, you stay on your reviled arc. I'm switching to my revered arc. I'll be Zane, broadly beloved, because this gentleman is not only very handsome, he's also very strong. Can go ahead and equip 2-handed swords as though they were one-handed. So doing a little bit of Kasai cosplay, but with a sword that is jewel-studded and also way bigger than a Centauri saber.
Yeah, he's not skipping arm day with those 2 swords. And there it is, the Celebrant Broadsword. It attacks for 3. It costs 2 to swing. And if you've been cheered this turn, it just gets go again. So 3 with go again. That's not bad at all.
And also, it says this card's attacks get go again, not necessarily the first attack of the turn. So if you can, I don't know, run a Twinning Blade, I'm not sure if it's included in this product, then all of a sudden you go wow, 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 over and over again with this Celebrant Broadsword, which starts looking a lot more like a Teklo Pounder Gatling gun situation.
Well, with the with the new tokens that we have out of Mastery Pack Warrior, you can make that work.
And now, if you get your hands on a trained Surian, just one of the many flavorful events that you can find in the event deck of Smash Palace, then you could cause a lot of zany effects, right? I would have to imagine that Killjoy, for example, is looking for an event that's going to establish some gold tokens just so she can snatch them away with a little bit of a cut purse maneuver. But Train Saurian is just one of those many event cards. Also looking at Unleash Pandemonium and Visit the Crystal Ball. So you're going to have to master not just the cards in your own deck, but also the random cards that come off the top of the event deck in this Smash Palace Chorus of Steel. Which one are you hoping to draw between Eeny Meeny and Pint with a Pal?
I love Eeny Meeny. You get to just give go again carte blanche to whatever you're doing, like your next attack. Feels great. And then the next time you deal damage to the left, you gain 2, and if to the right, you draw a card. So you're actively encouraged to engage with the mechanic of breaking chain, shifting over to the other person, because there's a payoff now. I love that card.
Which is interesting, right? Because a lot of times in the UPF format, you're incentivized to kind of just go balls to the walls in one direction. Kill the person next to you as soon as possible, or when they let their guard down. If they block another player, all of a sudden, shields down, you get your pick of the litter. But Eeny Meeny forces you to think twice. I, for my part, am hoping to draw a Pint with a Pal, because you better believe the drinks are going to be flowing if I'm playing Smash Palace with a group of friends. And proceeding on, you can see all of the product laid out right here. You're also going to get your hands on some sealed booster packs of Mastery Pack Warrior. It wouldn't be a Warrior coded product unless we mixed a little bit of that variance in there too. So you might just get your hands on a Marvel Golden Grail, a Durandal, or one of your favorite heroes in the Warrior class. So get out and grab your copy of Smash Palace Chorus of Steel when it releases in stores October 30th, 2026. Just one of the many exciting products that are coming out of our favorite studio.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. I love that format. I am a massive fan of UPF. I've played it in a variety of different ways, and this is perhaps the best way to play it, with an event deck, with friends, with family, doing crazy stuff, seeing weird things come off the top of the deck, just having a great time.
And now, speaking of crazy stuff, Stephen, right before we went live, you were telling me you have experimented with a 5-player UPF format. And one of the most interesting things about Chorus of Steel is that they're 5 playable heroes. Granted, it is intended to be played with 4, but if you can get enough friends together, maybe have several pints with a pal, you might just get crazy enough to employ all 5 of those heroes. It's your way to play, and that's what Flesh and Blood is all about. We are going to be playing some more Flesh and Blood in mere moments after Jacob Clements, I think, ate not even a little bit into our break time. So we'll be gone and be back as quick as humanly possible for more Flesh and Blood after this. It is going to be yet another underdog hero in the mix here at Calling Bangkok. I'm kind of speaking out of turn because Oscilio and Dromai were very much contenders based on our pre-show. This next one, however, is going to look a little bit different. Levia, not the Shadowborn abomination, but the young version of that hero, is going to be hellhammering her way, or at least trying to, through the feature match area.
This is a terrifying hero if everything goes correctly for her. But that's the key point. Because, yes, Hellhammer is indeed a hell of a drug, but you have to actually pull it off. And that's the question mark that every Levia player wants to try and answer. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm not sure what they're playing against, so why don't we go ahead and jump down and see what we have to feast our eyes upon.
Okay, hit us on the hip, Ethan, with some feasting. That's exactly what Levia wants to be doing in the hands of Damien Bouché, all the way from France here at 1-0, going up against, speaking of O, in the hands of Enigma. Huge player on the left side of your screen, taking on one that is much lesser known in the scene, at least for now.
Yeah, we have OO on Enigma. You just touched on this. Enigma is a really solid pick into a variety of different heroes. If heroes cannot clear board states effectively and easily, then, they can just run away with it. So that's going to be the real question mark of whether or not Enigma can establish a board early and Levia can remove it.
Enigma, of course, like you mentioned, trying to establish a board, but also is an illusionist hero and leverages attacks with Phantasm, much like all of her predecessors. Levia, in her part, is a brute, has a lot of 6-power attacks, and will be popping with impunity if Enigma deigns to send those big attacks. Now, I would think that Enigma is going to be going much more for that board presence style, because that is going to be something more difficult for Levia to deal with.
Yeah, in fact, most Enigma builds now are very rarely on Phantasm attacks, and instead they're leaning heavily on Clear Conscience, a card that came out recently with Omens of the Third Age, and is the absolute pivot turn card. Like, if you see and find at the right time a Clear Conscience and just hit it on the board, it really does backbreak the opponent, particularly against certain types of heroes, but that is really where things are, slanted towards with this Enigma build, and that is not Phantasm. That's Fragment.
And feasting is the operative word, because Levia will be trying to employ a host of go-again attacks. Now, her hero text does not tell the full story of what this hero is capable of. Of course, she just says, if a card with 6 or more power has been put into your banished zone this turn, cards she owns lose blood debt during the end phase. Now, you might be like, well, wait a minute. It's just a hero that doesn't lose to itself if it does the right thing. But once you see the stats on Shadow Brute cards, especially the ones with blood debt, you're going to understand why she needs to almost be hampered by her hero ability rather than, succeeded by it. But now we see if things can go right for the Shadow Brute, or if it's going to be OO's game to play. We proceed down to the feature match area. We mince words no longer, and we get into this Silver Age action straight away. Now, the equipment suite is going to tell a lot of this story. OO employing huge amounts of defense. We got 2 copies of Blade Beckoner, and then we've got Unyielding Grip and Unflinching Foothold. Over to Damien, though, who is seemingly... Oh, no. OO went first, arsenaled up. Damien starting off really well with a Smashback Alehorn, couple of tokens established, and also, more importantly, something has been put into the graveyard.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what made its way into the arsenal for OO on turn 0, because chose to go first and immediately arsenal, and the response back from Damien to essentially just play a card and arsenal and say go.
Which can be the drawback of these earlier Levia turns. Now, she kind of functions somewhat like an Earth hero. You really want your opponent to go first and give you the ability to block with some cards, ideally ones with 6 power, get them into the graveyard, because the majority of these overrate Shadow Brute attacks force you to banish cards from your graveyard as an additional cost. Back over to OO, who is on the affirmative with a blue Enigma Chimera. Phantasm coming out, but Damien has the opportunity to go ahead and block with one of those cards with 6 or more power and completely nullify this attack.
Yeah, this is what you called out, and we saw OO make an actual grimace, an unfortunate facial expression saying essentially, I didn't really have a lot of options, and maybe not being able to filter on turn 1 on Damien's turn still made this a little bit more awkward because, of course, the pitch there. And then we have one of the only 4 cards that are going to be transcending into Chi, as there's really only 4. But this is a massive blowout play to take away one of those cards from the graveyard.
Huge passover is going to be played out by OO. Will banish a card from Damien's graveyard. The one chosen, of course, is the Hungering Slaughter Beast that popped the Enigma Chimera straight away. And then OO able to pitch that Chi into the Enigma hero ability, leave behind a Spectral Shield with a +1 power counter on it. So now Damien, even though he was only going to have 2 cards in the graveyard, that is definitely better than losing one straight away, especially one that is just going to do damage to him throughout the game. Agility and Might tokens popping at the beginning of Damien's turn. Can he put something together? There's a red barraging beatdown coming out of the graveyard, going to offer some intimidation to OO. Immediate roll is 5 into 5, which is not one of the numbers that is going to intimidate one of these cards. Just one of the fun parts of playing Brute. Finally, a card intimidated now. Damien, with Barraging Beatdown, going to force, essentially, OO to block with 2 cards from hand. Otherwise, this next Brute attack is going to get a whopping +4.
Levia doing her best Rhinar cosplay by playing Barraging Beatdown. It does graveyard fill. Considering the options presented, got a 3-card hand, looking to swing Hellhammer, and this is really not where you want to be on a turn like this. I mean, yes, you do want to have a really effective Hellhammer turn at some point in the game, but you'd like to do that, you know, as a sort of a midpoint or finishing off the proceeding on your turn, right?
Much like Vexing Quillhand for Vincent, Hellhammer is one of these bailout cards for Levia. It really needs to be used on a turn where it can get maximum value. In this case, this early won't even help fill the graveyard anymore. Instead, just offering a meaningful amount of damage. Damien going to hope that he isn't in a position where he's got a huge stack of blood debt down the line, and he's left his Hellhammer straight in the banish zone. Test of Strength blocks in addition to another card from hand. Clash readily won by Damien. How helpful is gold to Levia, though?
I would imagine not terribly, but in a moment like this where your hand is really gunked up, you might see yourself pitching to it. Unfortunately, we know that the card that is being drawn may not end up being that effective. It really depends on what is being held there with the final 2 cards in hand.
Important bit for OO is that he was able to hold on to 2 cards that actually have blocking capability. That Barraging Beatdown is much less threatening when it's not providing any buff. And it's not a given. Enigma does have a lot of non-blocking cards in the suite. We're talking about things like Waxing Spectre, like Waning Vengeance, like any of those Chi cards that we've seen utilized already. Gold token popped immediately by Damien, who now is able to send this Graveling Growl thanks to the fact that Hellhammer has joined the Banish Zone. And all of a sudden, extra value has been generated by that weapon.
I was curious to see if there was a better play line from hand or if it was just going to resort to pop gold, send this because you can close chain when you pop the gold and send the Hellhammer to Banished. It looks like this is just going to be it. But you really don't want to be doing this Hellhammer play and then just sending a Graveling Growl. Like, that doesn't feel great. You want to sit like an Arsenal down. You want to play a 5-card hand. That's when you want to be sending your one opportunity to swing Hellhammer.
Essence of Ancestry. Is that Mind? It seems to be. Lest my eyes deceive me. So folks are often more acquainted with Essence of Ancestry Body, which usually will gain a lot of equity into red line decks. Things like Phi, things like, heck, even Blaze in her current iteration in Silver Age. Essence of Ancestry Mind is an interesting include, especially against a Brute that is often down to send some of her blue attacks.
Well, it is also just a blue 3-block that you can pitch, that you can play, that you can combine with Transcend. So there is a world where that's just a fine blue filler, you know?
Speaking of fine blue fillers, it's yet another beer for Damien Bouché, drinking another Smashback Alehorn, but now, all of a sudden, it's not a given that this Writhing Beast Hulk will banish a card with 6 or more power. The other 3 that join the Graveling Growl are all non-attacks with no power. Might not be able to turn off Blood Debt on this turn. A 6 rolled for OO, now a 2. We do hit a card. That's the one that'll stay. It is a Smashback Alehorn. So, Blood Debt turned off, but more importantly for Damien, the majority of those no power cards in his graveyard are gone.
Unfortunately, though, this is only 6 dominate. This is not where you want to be with Writhing Beast Hulk. This is also a card you would love to put into your arsenal. You would love to present other damage on your turn, arsenal this, get your opponent low, and then guarantee lethal through this type of play. But here we're just sort of forced to play this out, you know, on a really innocuous turn. Seeing these smashback Ailhorns early has really slowed down the tempo for Damien.
And still plenty of blocking capability on the side of both of these heroes. So even though the life totals read 20 plays 17, there's still a lot of flesh and blood left to be played here, which means a lot of flesh and blood turns where Levia can just die to herself. Oasis Respite played out by OO. Doesn't need to block with a single card in order to completely shore up all of this damage, in addition to gaining 1 extra life. Fluid Motion pitched away in order to play that card, in addition to a Waning Vengeance. Huge. So Ward board destroyed and reestablished immediately. And now OO with a single card left in hand, I was going to say can swing the Waning Vengeance, but why not just go ahead and establish Essence of Ancestry Body?
Yeah, these are both very awkward turn cycles for both of these players, but OO is certainly getting the better end of this bargain, specifically because you have the ability to just build the board. I mean, like, if you just have to block out and play something like Essence of Ancestry Body, you're totally content to take this game super long because you know there's deterministic lethal on the other side through that blood debt buildup.
Because you can almost think about what OO has done as putting 2 more cards in this next hand, right? Because he's already got 2 technically blocking cards on the board, which is huge when the chosen attack is pulping, likely to gain dominate here and fill up the graveyard for something like a Writhing Beast Hulk from Damien Bouché in the next chain link. Card discarded is a Boneyard Marauder. So dominate given, obviously not that relevant for OO because, like I said, 2 cards essentially already on the board blocking.
I also want to point this out. I wanted to talk about this on the last turn cycle. If we take a look up at the top, Unflinching Foothold is always sitting there, ready to be blocked with, and then on a subsequent turn to be used to stop the dominate. So this is like all prepared. Everything that OO is doing, he's keeping everything in front of him, so this damage is not as scary as it looks against, you know, any other hero that doesn't have these tools at their disposal.
And now you do think about the closing power of the Shadow Brute. We've already seen pieces that get it done. Barraging Beatdown is one of them. The other being Convulsions from the Bowels of Hell, and that was put into the pitch zone by Damien. That is another dominate enabler. The third is Writhing Beast Hulk, and we're seeing that OO, at least maybe not directly in preparation for this hero, has provided a lot of dominate stymieing pieces in their list. Going to be difficult for Damien to walk across the finish line here. 1 card blocked with, in addition to the Waning Vengeance. So far, it will be also the Essence of Ancestry Body in addition, now waiting to prevent the entirety of a red card sent by Damien if he deigns to do so in this next chain link.
No, it's 3, 5, 8.
So do you take 0?
No, take.
Okay.
Total amount blocked there is 8. Denoted by OO. It was, of course, 3 plus 3 from Waning Vengeance plus 2 from Essence of Ancestry Body. But the real power of this ward piece might very well come later on in the turn. There is yet another pulping in the hand, and I do think that's a Deadwood Rumbler at the top. So Damien has the opportunity to continue sending 6. Deadwood Rumbler would, however, be in the blue.
It's a really unfortunate draw because you don't want to see all of these pulpings and these Writhing Beast Hulks all on the same turn. You want to space these out and make things uncomfortable for the opponent that is so good at stopping your evasive damage. You'd like to have turn after turn and catch them on a turn where they just can't stop it anymore. But he's priced in to sending, you know, good damage. But then if he sends good damage because he's drawn it, it's going to be stopped by Essence of Ancestry Body. So now he's just kind of stuck, trying to figure out how he wants to finish this turn out.
I could absolutely see a world where Deadwood Rumbler is the choice. Angle to arsenal that pulping, at least if you can avoid discarding it. More importantly, fill up more of your graveyard so you don't have the spinning your wheels in the mud issues that Damien has had so far this game.
He is massively incentivized, of course, to play that line of play out over just about anything else he can really leverage because of the essence of Ancestry Body on the table. Really not on the table anymore, but the effect is active.
Now the question, though, based on the defensive nature of OO's list so far is, if Damien sends a red attack here just to like fill more of his graveyard and OO prevents the entirety of it, can he actually convert these 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal? Without Ward already established, more importantly, Ward with +1 power counters on it, thereby being given go again by the weapon.
Okay.
I think he's trying to do exactly that because he's activating here to grab an extra resource. He's going to pitch the red pulping, keep it around for later. No, he's just going to send the 6. The blue is coming across, pitching the red.
Oh my goodness. I see the dilemma now, Steven. It was a red Deadwood Rumbler, which is not super common, at least if your North Star is this hero in Classic Constructed.
It would have been completely gobbled up by that essence of Ancestry Body. So this was really his only play line. But I guess the question then was, do I just pass and Arsenal? And that is a valid play line as well.
So the reward there for Damien's play is that Wreck-A-Romp puts yet another 6 into the graveyard. No, it's not super efficient from a damage standpoint or even a deck damage standpoint, but all of a sudden that graveyard is rife for more banishes.
And I'll also say, playing against Enigma, one of the sort of the heuristics that you're looking at when playing this matchup from any hero is how many prevention effects have you seen? How many can you churn through in the early game? And can you make it awkward for them to play those out? Because if you can, if they don't get max value on some of those, that's where you make your hay. And that's what we saw. We saw an Oasis played there at the end, and it was like paid for to stop a blue attack.
And speaking of making hay, Damien, just go ahead and throw an Endless Maw onto the combat chain. One of my favorite cards to resolve in the game of Flesh and Blood. A 2-card 9 is one heck of a drug, and that art goes so hard, Steven.
Yeah, weirdly you say that, and I totally agree with you. That card is so much fun to play.
Yeah. This is probably the one that made me understand, made me a believer in this hero, especially in contrast to her hero text. All of a sudden you're like, oh, this is mean. I do need to be punished for being able to play this. Endless Maw now representing 9, as it is wont to do. More importantly, threatening that essence of Ancestry Body in a way that OO will not get any extra value out of it.
Yes, 100%. And this is exactly what you want to do, is you want to stymie their ability to get extra value. And he's going to keep it alive by making this exact block. He's blocking with the equipment, plus the on the horizon and another card, and that is going to cover it up. It keeps the red aura around, and it keeps the threats at bay.
This is bread and butter play from Enigma. Get down, Mr. President. Protect that ward board with everything you've got, especially one as potent as Essence of Ancestry Body. Essence of Ancestry Mind established right next to it. Now, these cards aren't stellar in pairs because, of course, their effect, their concurrent effect, I should say, only is live if they are the last Illusionist Aura to leave the board. So if Damien is able to present enough damage to get both of them off the table, OO will only be able to keep the effect of one around.
Exactly, but it does give you some flexibility. You can choose the order of triggers as they leave to determine which one you think your opponent is playing towards and make it more awkward for them. So, of course, you can send Essence of Ancestry Mind first and then remove Body to prevent red sources.
The bailouts are almost gone for Damien at this point. Predatory Plating, gone. Hellhammer, gone. The last vestige is, of course, Hooves of the Shadow Beast, which may very well be active here. Much like Beaten Trackers will provide a one-time action point. The condition, however, is a little bit different. It is in regards to a 6-power attack being banished rather than a 6-power attack being discarded. Now, because a 6-power attack was discarded by Deadwood Rumbler, all of a sudden Damien has the opportunity to banish a 6-power attack, any card from a graveyard. Doesn't have to be his own. Nevertheless, he does choose a pulping, and so Hooves of the Shadow Beast technically online and on the stack, but with 2 floating and 1 card in hand, does Damien want to even pop it? It's
He has
just
2
an agile windup and a blue.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand, and I think we're totally content to, oh no, he's going to commit to it. He wants to send the damage, and maybe he's thinking, I can get OO to order these 2 auras to pop in the way he thinks I'm playing towards when I pop this, but I'm going to send a blue instead, and basically nullify both of their effects. Perhaps that's the gamesmanship he's going for.
Or heck, even send the yellow agile windup to make sure that whether red or blue is chosen, all of a sudden nothing's going to be working, but it is Essence of Ancestry Body leaving last. So a red source of damage that Damien deigns to send later on in this turn, even though it doesn't exist, will be completely nullified. Only 1 damage comes across the line. OO, remaining stalwart in this game, has gained 2 points of life, but despite pretty significant numbers from Damien, has only lost 4. And is yet another Wrecker Romp out of the hand.
Yeah, he's going to send the Wrecker Romp and discard here to send 6. That is not going to be prevented, so it is going to ask for cards. This is a tough matchup for Damien to navigate because you're playing on so many different axes. You're thinking about deck damage. You're thinking about cards in hand. You're thinking about threats that your opponent could be trying to stop with their prevention. And you have to play it almost to like a 2nd or 3rd cycle in order to actually get across the finish line.
Wrecker Romp blocked readily by OO with a Waning Vengeance because a blue card was put into the pitch. The 2nd Transcend card that we've seen from OO so far. A Spectral Shield is left in its place. And with a wry smile, OO sends a measly 1. But it is free, of course, because Enigma's hero text does say the first Spectral Shield attack for you each turn will cost 1 less to activate.
And just to highlight, I mean, looking over on the side of Damien, that is not a lot of deck to work with left. He's already
burning through it.
Churned through. I mean, in the same way that you would as a mechanologist boosting away, you're having to pay these extra costs to discard these cards to play above rate. But that rate won't matter at all if your opponent says pass and you have 0 cards in hand.
The Shadow Brute has got to go fast, much like a mechanologist. The deck damage remains very similar. And now with a mounting stack of 4 Blood Debt, Damien's got to find some copies of Dread Screamer. That's really what I feel like has been missing so far this game. But instead it'll be a Soul Harvest, costing a whopping 6 resources. And this is one we don't often see resolved. Really, it's there to be a blue 6-power attack. It is a legendary Levia specialization. As an additional cost to play Soul Harvest, banish 6 cards from your graveyard. It gains +1 power for each card with Blood Debt banished this way. If Soul Harvest hits a hero, banish all cards from their soul. I'm fast-forwarding past that because, of course, there is no soul on the side of OO. But now is a whopping 11 from Damien, but all of a sudden that graveyard is looking empty again.
It is. This feels very desperate to make this play towards, because you have essentially negated all the work that you've done to build up that graveyard so that you can play these above rate attacks. So even now at this point, if he does draw Dread Screamer, now he's feeling very uncomfortable in general. And look at this, the coverage of everything. He gives the hand to stop the damage, sitting at 18 life.
I mean, OO has got to be sitting there looking over at the deck of Damien and saying, it doesn't even matter if I'm throwing my cards on defense here. Normally, Brutes are so good when it comes to deck damage race because the numbers printed on each individual card, just like Guardians, will take so much more from the opponent on defense than for them on offense. In this case, Damien seems to be expending 1 or 2 cards per attack. Buzzard Helm blocked with here, and hurting the deck damage race even more. On defense, Damien will draw and discard a card. If that card has 6 or more power, then Buzzard Helm will go ahead and gain +1 defense. And my co-caster is flinching because yet more potent damage from Damien goes into the graveyard as Endless Maw joins the group.
That hurts on an emotional level. When you see one of your best red attacks left in the deck get discarded to block with Buzzard Helm. The pain that we're experiencing. There's the Dread Screamer, as you called out earlier, so well put. Dread Screamer here but feeling almost a little too late.
Indeed so. Dread Screamer will gain go again if Damien is able to banish a single one of these 3 cards with 6 or more power, and wouldn't you know it, there are plenty to provide the action point afterwards. 6 go again now. And this being the first Dread Screamer that we've seen from Damien does make me wonder if he's running yellows and blues in addition, as this hero often does in Classic Constructed. 2 cards blocked with, both clear Conscience in the blue for OO. Perhaps not seeking that pivot turn nearly as much now that he sees he is very much favored in the long game.
Yeah, this is a matchup where it looks like you're very content from the Enigma perspective to just turn your cards sideways and prove that they don't have the overlap. And here is a fantastic turn where we could have really maybe leveraged having those pieces of equipment like the boots still on the board or Hellhammer still in hand. This would be the type of turn you'd want to do that on. But having to expend it early means that you don't have the reach in the end game.
Okay, OO is even more defensive than we thought. There's a copy of Springboard Somersault that joins the fray. Blocks, in addition to the Spectral Shield, all but one of the damage coming from Graveling Growl. Springboard Somersault usually only seen in incredibly control-centric decks, but it does facilitate a very clean line from OO, establish Solitary Companion, and because there are no other Illusionist auras on the board, a Spectral Shield in addition. Back over to Damien, 16 plays 17. But as you've mentioned so many times, Steven, the life is the least amount of damage that has been dealt this game.
I mean, we see 10 Blood Debt cards in the Banished Zone. That is threatening on many levels. One, it means you've expended 10 of your good cards that you want to generally play because they are so above rate, as we've been saying. But it also means that at any point you miss Blood Debt, you're almost signing your death warrant. And here we're not going to miss. Likely, I think we've mapped it out. We have hits in the graveyard.
Too many hits, honestly.
So those are good to go. But of course, that is adding to the number. The Piper will need to be paid at some point.
And the bill usually comes at the end, doesn't it, Steven? 7 power on this Hungering Slaughter Beast after putting yet 3 more material into the Blood Debt Zone, the Banished Zone of Damien Bouché. The rub here is that it's not like Classic Constructed. There is a payoff now. Ever since Dusk Till Dawn, Levia has access to a demi-hero that will make cards playable from the Banished Zone. Huge, especially if you're able to put several Dread Screamers or heck, even some Dominate sources there in order to close out the game. This is Silver Age, baby. There is no such thing. That Blood Debt is just a liability until the end of this game.
Yeah, the payoff truly is having that big 20, 24 damage Hellhammer turn where you can send multiple go-against attacks, pop the boots, send the Hellhammer, so on and so forth. But I will say, to his credit, Damien has now gotten OO's deck to a very thin margin as well. Both players actually just filtered through, and you can see there's not much to work with there either. The thing that OO has going for him, though, is they have a weapon in the form of Spectral Shields and a board state.
Which, no, the weapon itself doesn't attack, but those chi cards, once they have transcended, will remain in the deck for the entirety of the game. This is exactly why Enigma was the chosen shell for the Count Your Blessings deck and won the World Championship in Osaka. There's some inevitability on that side of the board. Not the case for the Shadow Brute.
How much?
His Solitary Companion crashing on in will be 3 power, because of course it has Ward 3. Now Damien on blocks again. Ugh, and it's yet another power card. Red Graveling Growl converting for 3 instead of its power of 7.
Yeah, both players' deck totals down maybe 10, 15 cards total. But, you know, blocking, this is a great start. I mean, this is exactly how you want to start with a barraging beatdown. But blocking with one of your final reds is a painful, promise that you're essentially giving to your opponent. But perhaps there was no way for you to actually leverage that card. No action point generation to speak of. And maybe that's just the card that needed to go.
And once again, unfortunately, by playing the game, Damien is playing into the game of Enigma. Writhing Beast Hulk the second out onto the combat chain now with 4 points of block already established for O. The good thing, though, is Barraging Beatdown might finally reap its buff.
I wish I could agree with you, but remember, you can at any point pop Unflinching Foothold and turn Dominate off for this attack. So even if he didn't have the defense reaction in the arsenal, it didn't even matter because there was always the capacity to say, no, Dominate doesn't apply here.
This, Steven, is what we call in the industry a big owie.
No.
It's all blocked out, even though that Writhing Beast Hulk started coming in for 10. Remains stalwart at 17. Still with 2 cards left in the hand. Excuse me, is it 3 cards? It's 3 cards. Clear Conscience in the red now.
No pattern.
No Phantasm.
Threatening to make Damien's life hell. The Hellbringer is being sent there.
Yeah, this is going to rip a card from the hand unless you engage with it on, the exit blocking 2. If you block 2, or maybe you chuck the equipment in front of it and try to cover this up, you're losing on the deck damage race. At this point, the life total doesn't matter. You'd be fine to say, I would, love to not block, but you're losing a card in doing so.
Now, Damien would have the opportunity to block with just a card in hand and the Emberforged Gauntlet, because the Emberforged Gauntlet does indeed have a defensive value of 2 or greater. All that is required in order to trigger a fragment effect.
8.
Both players sub 10 cards left in deck, and there we see another go again source. That would be one you would love to leverage, but you're gonna have to engage with this.
And Damien is forced to anyway because the graveyard is not filled enough to deploy something like a Dread Screamer. But it is just going to be that as the chosen block for Damien. The benefit to the on-hit of Clear Conscience, while very disruptive, it will not rob damage from the deck. That card that is disrupted will have to go to the bottom of the deck, not the graveyard.
Exactly. Now, that is the only solace that we can really make of this situation. But the whole point of this is that you want as many cards in hand to provide, I should say, offensive overlap over the prevention. And if you're being robbed of a card, you just can't do that. So effectively, you're saying you don't have the overlap necessary in the rest of this game because you don't have a full 5-card hand.
Damien about to take what might be his last overlap nap. Dread Screamer banishing the only 3 cards in the graveyard. 13 plays 17, and it is 6 go again. 2 resources left. Excuse me, it should be 1. Yep, 1 resource left floating in the pitch. Now, one thing we haven't seen from Damien yet is the last copy of Red Graveling Growl. I hope for his sake that is what he's packing in the arsenal. Which again, a fearsome turn, 6 into 7. But when your opponent's at 17 with 4 cards in hand and 3 ward on the board, I just can't feel like it's going to be enough.
That's the key point. The fact that both of these decks have dwindled so much and that there are still defensive tools to be expended from the side of OO means that this is feeling painful.
And there it is. Yes, it is a 3-card 13. Huge numbers in the game of Flesh and Blood. But OO establishing defense reactions at pivotal points in this game. Stymieing red barraging beatdowns like he's drinking water. 4 damage. Finally coming across the line. 13 plays 13. Now I almost feel like it's just OO being a gentlemanly player at this point. It is looking pretty rough for the Shadow Brute, which we have been harping on a lot when it comes to deck damage, but I will say he is in the race. The inevitability is the issue here.
Well, and credit to OO playing this matchup exactly correctly, recognizing that the whole point is to just outlast the opponent, to make sure you can establish these defensive pieces and put them down on the board at key moments. That is that's the MO of this hero, and OO playing it to the nth degree.
Fluid Motion joins Spectral Shield in trying to rip more cards away from Mr. Bouché. Preserve Tradition going to buy back a Clear Conscience into the deck, which it's just 1 card, but it's a card with 8 power.
Pass.
It's a happy pass from OO. Over to Damien, 11 plays 13. The writing on the wall must be read. So Damien needs a huge gasp of power. Barraging Beatdown in the blue to start. Another one of those cards that can just constantly be put into the pitch stack and come out in pairs when you need to close the game.
Now, this would be a great thing to have pitch stacked and to try and play towards. But again, remember, Unflinching Foothold is going to be able to stop Dominate here and allow for, and that's exactly what we're going to see, the pop here, to stop the ability for this to get buffed up by barraging beatdown so that it can be blocked multiples.
Yes.
So you lose dominate.
Yep, and Dominate robbed,
It's non-dominant. So I think
making it so that pulping can be blocked by 2 cards from hand, which robs Go again away from it.
16.
And Damien, with a sad shrug, is forced to just die to his own blood debt. It is a whopping 16 damage dealt to himself, which means OO ascends as our round 2 winner into the X and O bracket here at Calling Bangkok. You know, with a name as star-studded as OO's, you might have thought it was going to be drawn up this way.
I mean, that was exactly how you play that matchup from the Enigma side. You stall that game out until they have to put themselves in a position where they're going to take a bunch of damage from Blood Debt. That's exactly what happened. They didn't have the payoff turn necessary to really push offensive overlap at just about any point in that game, and it went OO's way.
And, you know, oftentimes Levia can be a nuclear reactor of damage, but OO just caused a meltdown in the feature match area. Yikes. That is more Blood Debt than I think I've ever seen taken at once on stream.
That was most of the deck. Actually, that was just most of the
Yes,
deck.
it was. Your cards do more damage to you than they do to me, as it were. And, you know, even if that wasn't the way that game ended, it could have been just a deluge of Spectral Shield tokens.
It could have, that could have gone for several more turns, but the writing was on the wall because, as you said, the bill comes at the end.
Indeed so, and it certainly has in the case of Damien Bouché. Okay, we've got to talk not anymore about what has passed, but what is upcoming. We do have several more events this year and also beyond. The Flesh and Blood World Tour is now offering 2 million USD in total prize pool in the year of 2026, and we're getting bigger and badder as we go. The end of the year is not going to be any sort of a stall out. We've got Calling Hamburg coming up at the end of this month, Calling Kansas City shortly to follow, all leading, of course, to the Usurp the Shadow Throne World Premiere. I know you're going to be in attendance, aren't you?
I would love to be in attendance.
Oh, you're not?
I would love to.
I am so sorry to rub salt in the wound.
That is okay. Deep down, I would love to. I'll be there in spirit.
I will be too.
There you go.
In soul, perhaps?
Okay, yes, we'll go that way.
Okay, cool. So charge your souls and get yourself to the Usurp the Shadow Throne World Premiere. I don't think it's crazy to say that this is the most anticipated set in the last year of our game's history. I know that's the way I feel. Now, shortly after, we'll have more Silver Age action in Bilbao, Spain. That'll be at the end of September. And then, of course, Calling 100 in Atlanta at the beginning of October. I will be there providing coverage, and I can't tell you how excited I am about that.
I will be there playing in the Calling.
Okay, I'm a little jealous.
So
okay,
that would be fun.
I didn't think you could make me jealous, but you kind of did. Shortly after, at the end of October, will be Mexico City. Hashtag Fab2Latam lives strong in one of the most iconic cities in the world. And speaking of iconic cities, the World Championship comes to the City of Lights, Paris, November 5th through the 8th. You better be expecting to show up there because IAR is going to be showing its stripes. And I know the best of the best are going to show us exactly how to build these powerful new and old heroes.
Yeah, that's going to be a blast to watch. And I just want to point this out. You mentioned it. Silver Age is all over the screen because remember, every showdown this year is Silver Age. So it continues in November 27th through 29th. Shenzhen, Calling Classic constructed, but the showdown, Silver Age. Wakefield, showdown, Silver Age. You can keep playing this format, and it's going to keep evolving as we participate in it.
Which is exactly why it's evolving, because it has been included as the, let's say it, the backup event if you are not able to do super well in the Calling, right? Makes all of these top 8s star-studded and forces innovation from the top players in the game, which is exactly why we see the metagame evolving so much. So do not lay low, but do get your hands on a lay low rainbow foil as a side event promo in the Usurp the Shadow Throne season, and engage with this fantastic and fast and, what do you call it, fettering?
Frenetic
format. Way better and way more syllables. So thank you very much for that. We've already talked about the Usurp the Shadow Throne World Premiere. There can only be one king, and it seems to be Viserai. Chain is dead. Long live the new Shadow King, Viserai. This is the way it always had to be drawn up. September 11th to the 13th in Seoul, South Korea is the way that you can engage with this brand new format. I cannot wait for it. And then, of course, the World Championship in Paris, November 5th through the 8th. And then Pro Tour London once again. It feels like only yesterday that we were at Pro Tour London.
It does, doesn't it? But it's become a regular mainstay year after year to go back to London, to visit the city, and to have a great time. This time, Pro Tour yet again. The last one was a fantastic watch. I'm sure this will do the exact same thing and just be a blast.
And who could blame our OP team? Because Europe has been showing up in droves to play Flesh and Blood, and they can play for a brand new Champions Prize. That is, of course, Circlet of Eternal End. A lot of people are speculating about its efficacy against IAR heroes, and who could fault them for that? It seems to be a house of a card when it comes to breaking a combo turn from our brand new Viserai before it really even gets started.
I also just got to say, I love Carlos Cruchaga's work on this. This is like a beautiful send-off, or like a harkening back to Rosetta, but it's also just going to be a really sick card to play.
And when we are in with the new, we do have to be out with the old. Your last chance to get your hands on a full art cold foil quick dodge flexors is in Kansas City, which is really awesome, because that was where we gave away one of these quick dodge flexors. I believe it was to Mr. Evan Herndon, who took down Jacob Clements before he was able to really hit his stride.
Yeah, this is honestly, it's a little sad to see this card go, because it is so beautiful and it is so sought after, and it is so potent to be just a playable card. But it's going to be out with the old and in with the new for sure.
Well, I'm sure you'll feel better knowing that you have two in your armoire that you can stare at whenever you'd like.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, I just keep them up on the side there.
The rich keep getting richer, I keep telling you. Ugh. With more upcoming events does mean more upcoming coverage. Streams are coming your way for Calling Hamburg in the hands of Scott Mines, Erica Frostlov, and Kyle Mullings. His first debut on the World Tour. Be on the lookout for that. It's pretty rare nowadays that we get to add folks to the casting roster, and so I am very happy to welcome Mr. Mullings. Next up, Calling Kansas City will be brought to you by the dynamic duo of Charles Dunn and Julian Pastry Time Carr. They are going to bring you all the action out there, and hopefully eating a heck of a lot of barbecue while they're at it. I know I had it pretty much every day when I was there last year. And then, of course, the world premiere in Seoul. It'll be the A-Team, Sam O'Byrne, Scott Howling Mines, and Hayden Dale, fresh off their coverage run at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and immediately into South Korea for what is going to be probably, I dare say, the most watched world premiere in knowable history.
Yeah, it certainly could be. I just want to say, we as a community are eating good. We have so many great casters. We have so many great streams, so many upcoming events. This is a great time to be in the Flesh and Blood space.
And we will stay in the Flesh and Blood space, of course. But after a short break, we will be back with more random banishes, more Zenith Blade, I hope, and more Flesh and Blood after this.
sharp steel.
Golden Grail has been drawn in the future in the feature match area because Olympia is joining the fray, likely going to be gambling his life away or that of his opponent. Bryce Platz back with Steven, DMArmada, Cookus for more Silver Age action at Calling Bangkok. And Steven, you got a little bit of intel for the folks at home leading into this next match.
Yes, we are going to watch Olympia, a new and improved version of Olympia, thanks to Mastery Pack Warrior on display in this round. I cannot wait. I'm so pumped about this deck. It is so much fun to play in its new version, its new archetype, iteration, whatever you want to say. It's so fun that I straight up built a deck, and I have a deck tech out on YouTube, and now we can look at this deck. This is the one that we're going to take a peek at, a gander. I built this for you, dear viewer at home. And Olympia in its new and improved form is a menace of aggression.
And what is this? Is that Valiant Dynamo in rare?
Yeah, it might as well be. Prize-worn Pathfinder is a fantastic pickup. That is one that a lot of people are questioning whether or not you run prize-worn Pathfinders or you just put Blade Beckoner boots in, because like the goal here is to get more than 2 value. But the nice thing about this version of Olympia is you can oftentimes get 3 value. And not only can you get 3 value, but you can get it in 1, 1, 1 rather than 2 and 1 from Blade Beckoner. So it is a fantastic upgrade, but it's not the only upgrade the deck has seen, because we also get to play Cash-In. This is perhaps the best leveraging of Cash-In and the unbanning therein that we can possibly have for anyone that wants to play that card, because Olympia just makes gold with impunity. And so we have the ability to make these big attacks, get the gold off of those attacks, and then make even bigger attacks with Cash-In. It is a blast to play this deck.
Now, a lot of this looks like Warrior Fair, right? But what doesn't is the lack of a lot of attack reactions. Granted, we've got Puncture, Take the Upper Hand, and Iron Song Response, but besides that, we're playing fairly action speed here, right?
So actually, no, I included even more attack reactions, because the key point to this deck to actually get across the finish line is to obfuscate your damage. It's so easy if your numbers are just face up that your opponent can just block out, stop your gold generation, and then things start to crumble. So instead, we do play 2 Puncture. We play Iron Song Response. We play yellow and red Take the Upper Hands, and we actively play around those cards. Heck, even 1 copy of Overpower can come in really, really clutch.
Speaking of clutch, Shove Off, of course, Golden Company, and that cheeky include of Donkey. Don't think I missed that.
That's very good. And I also want to shout out Visit the Prize Room. Being able to, on even turn 0, pop Prize Gallia, get the benefit of wagering when your opponent doesn't expect it, and then on the next turn, just draw up Visit the Prize Room, play it, get rid of one of those golds, be able to get another copy of Gallia, and do it all again. This card is so good. I was kind of down on it. I'm not going to lie. I played 1 copy, and I was like, is this good? And then I actually played the card, and I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, no, this is great. This is exactly what we want to be doing as Olympia. So, hey, if you want to rip this deck list and try it for yourself, here it is in all of its glory, and hopefully we get to see something along these lines in this next matchup.
Now, you can't play all in, but you can go all in on Armada's aggro Olympia. Let's see if that is the stance that our Olympia player is going to be taking, and it's going to be a tall mountain to climb, because, of course, the big bad of the meta in the hands of Chris Javier Mapalo from Puerto Rico, mind you, is on Briar. Oh, excuse me, that is the Philippines. I'm so sorry. Okay. I am very coded to the Western Hemisphere. That is the Philippines going up against, of course, Chinese Taipei. Xincheng Hao is going to be the man piloting Olympia, who we've talked about ad nauseum, but we haven't mentioned the hero text. The first time each of his attacks wins a wager, the first time, not the first time in a turn, create a gold token. Now, obviously, All In is one of those payoffs. Double Down is one of those payoffs in Classic Constructed. What is Olympia really leveraging gold for in Silver Age?
Well, it's cash in, just like we just talked about. You can cash in your gold that you've generated over the course of a turn or 2, and you can have an even bigger turn than before. Now, I will say this. I was so hyped for this version of Olympia. I've been testing it, and I've played this matchup before, and you might think this would be a tough one, but you know what? You can put so much damage on the board that your Briar opponent, who normally wants to just say no blocks, is almost priced into engaging with you. Now, of course, Briar is Briar and can do some dirty things. But this is a matchup where Olympia can return in kind.
Exactly, especially when, if you're able to build a fat stack, that golden grail is now free. The gold, in this case, now that there's a new weapon on the block, has always been the payoff ultimately. Briar on the other side, you know her, you love her, or you hate her, like my co-caster perhaps. She is going to be generating embodiments of earth and embodiments of lightning here and there. The former by connecting with an attack action card, the latter by playing 2 non-attack action cards in the same turn, but that only tells part of the story. We're talking burn-up shocks. We're talking lightning presses. We're talking about 0 for 4s to boot. Just very clean, efficient damage all the way through. We go down to the match floor now to see if it will be the Starfall or the Golden Grail taking the
Yep. I will AB1 and move to reactions. 4.
Do you want suitable Wi-Fi or do you want shit? All right, we are back to the action. Apologies for the delay there, folks. Entwined Lightning is still on the combat chain for your viewing pleasure. In the way stands Prize Galea and Performance Bonus. I did talk about very few 2-blocks in this deck, but that is one of them.
It's a great consideration for deck building in this early stages because it is a conventional attack that just says interact with me or I get a free gold. It's a great thing to do on turn 0 as well, and or even turn 1. Because your opponent, after this point, when they've arsenaled and drawn up, they just want to keep their hand and send it at you. So you say, cool, I'll get a free gold at the end of my turn.
There you go. When Visit the Prize Room is in the list, you can kind of just pop your Prize Galea with impunity. Nip at the heels into the pitch zone there. Xincheng saying, probably just like you when you built your aggro Olympia list, I need more attack reactions. Doesn't matter if they only give a pump by 1, because upon connection, much like an Azalea, I get the spoils that I really want. Speaking of spoils, put your money where your mouth is, plus Golden Grail crashing in against Javier Mapalo for a whopping 7. 2 gold tokens will be generated on the connection here. One, of course, from Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is, and the other from the Olympia hero text.
I do believe that our Olympia player chose to go second, looking like, sometimes going first in this type of matchup when you have, attack reactions and numbers that can change during the turn itself or during the blocking stage. Sometimes you actively kind of want to go first and try to get that gold rolling. But here, now you're just begging the question, do you want to actually interact? Can your hand convert? Or do I just get free gold?
Speaking of converting, Javier Mapalo doesn't think he will be doing that on offense. And there it is, the punish. Xincheng throws out, take the upper hand, pushing this Golden Grail all the way up to a whopping 10. And when it's facing down 2 blocks and a 3 block, that will convert to 3 damage and also 2 gold tokens to boot.
There was a decision there on turn 0 to maybe block with a little bit of equipment as well. One piece was blocked with a prized Gallia. You do want to get some value off of that before you can really reliably pop it and wager with an attack. So blocking there makes some sense. But we could also see on this turn, prize-worn Pathfinders get in the way a little bit and try to get that value that way, especially when your one-card play is Snatch.
Not too bad, but there is a card left in hand for Chris. Does that telegraph a lightning press, Mr. Cookus?
It certainly does, but oftentimes you may not just care to play around it. You may just say, prove that you have it, and if you don't, then you're just going to Arsenal, and I'm going to be content to swing my effectively 4-card hand, and one of those things is free, because I'm just going to send the sword for free.
It's a belly buster out of the hand of Xincheng. We'll be wagering a courage token on this Golden Grail, in addition to a sharpened steel for an extra bit of juice. Gold token cashed in there, leaving 2 resources behind and making this Golden Grail free. A curious choice from Xincheng, either bluffing or telegraphing an attack reaction.
It also floats 1 resource. If you do have a 1-cost pump, it floats 1 resource to reset your prize-worn Pathfinders. So oftentimes you might think, well, I'm pitching a blue. Why would I even want to pop the gold? But remember that those extra resources can convert to attack reactions in the form of puncture or something else, or just paying for an extra block on your equipment.
So it's not exactly like Valiant Dynamos. Prize-worn Pathfinder does indeed require a resource to be paid into it. Good shout there, Steven. Burn Up Shock, the first of only 2 legal copies in the deck for Chris, does jump in front to the defense, and all of a sudden, Olympia has pulled completely ahead in this race, cleaving Chris down to half his starting life total of 10. Yet another gold token left in its place, and yes, prize-worn Pathway refreshed and ready to do some more blocking.
This is a huge signal. I mean, if you're blocking with Burn Up Shock, that is...
We proceed back into the feature match area. We haven't lost a beat, but holy cow, that Golden Grail is playing havoc not only on Chris, Javier, and Mapalo, but also our internet service. Oh my goodness.
It's doing some serious work, but 10 plays 20 on the side of Briar and chucking a fairly large attack here. Looks like it is a lightning surge, I think, from the arsenal. But it does beg the question, why was Burn Up Shock the choice on blocks here? I mean, it was a 3 block, of course, but you would think that this would be a able to be converted on offense.
Now, I would have thought that Chris has a plethora of non-attack action cards, or perhaps double redundant lightning press or something like that. That would make a lot of sense to me, to see a burn-up shock on defense on a turn cycle like that. And now, thumbing 2 cards with Consternation. Yes, there it is, Arcane Seed's Life. I think Chris just didn't feel confident that he was going to be able to connect with the on-hit of burn-up, either with an attack action card or the weapon Starfall. And yes, it's just 2 Rune Chant tokens established alongside an Embodiment of Earth and a pass. So far, it's not lining up for Briar.
Well, this is where you make your hay as a hero that's playing against Briar. Listen, Silver Age is a format where when you're deck building and when you're playing, you have to manage your fail states. This is a fast format. You are rewarded for understanding where your deck fails, where it comes up short, what you want to play around and avoid from your own perspective. And this is one of those instances where you just draw too many non-attack action cards, or Phi doesn't have a chain starter, or you don't have enough opt counters on Blaze. The best players play around it.
13 plays 11 now. Xincheng throwing out several non-attacks here.
Attack for...
I believe it is yet another belly buster. Golden Grail now out onto the combat chain. Paid for with legal tender once again. It is just 4 power on this guy. So it must not have been a belly buster. Otherwise, it would be a lot more power here. Nevertheless, damage coming across the line for Chris's consideration.
And do keep in mind as well, with 1 resource floating, you have the capacity to pop Gallia and Wager, and oftentimes you can do that, of course, in attack reactions. You can buff the attack all of a sudden, because that's when all of the buffs actually apply. So, like if these are, for example, check raises, then check raise comes across and applies its buff retroactively.
Check raise, of course. Cosplaying, in my opinion, Invigorate back in the days of Tales of Aria.
Yeah, these are double check raises, and you're basically just saying, okay, look, it's pretty face up. I'm going to activate Gallia. My opponent's looking at Gallia. It's not going to be 4. It looks like 4. It's not quite 4.
But still, with that 1 resource floating, it is inevitable for Chris Javier Mapalo that this measly Golden Grail for 4 becomes a whopping 12.
I think it'll go
lethal
all the way to 13 once he activates because of the courage token.
Of course.
So this is going to push. And look, there's a card in hand, a card in arsenal. This could get insane.
Woof. Okay, I'm starting to see what you're pushing here, Steven. This could be a lot of fun. It is 2 copies of Blade Beckoner equipment that jumps in front. So already blocking 4 is Chris Javier, but thumbing one of those Asvalai sleeved cards from the hand in addition. Would survive this attack if he just blocks with those 2 Blade Beckoner pieces. But does survival even mean anything when your opponent cleaves that much life away from you?
Well, it's not just that, but you're also down cards. I mean, you're not the one sending 5-card hands. Olympia is, and they're gonna do it again because they're gonna have another gold, and all they're looking for is cash in. So once they find cash in, Olympia effectively has a 6 or 7-card hand.
It's 2 cards from hand as the chosen blocks here for Chris Javier. It is a card played out for Xincheng.
Gallia is activated there. I wonder if there's another follow-up attack reaction, because we could see something like Puncture. We could see the 2nd copy of red attack reactions. It could be any of these 0-cost attack reactions, really. We could see just about anything here with those cards active and floating in the hand.
And this will trigger prize fighters. I will choose to pay 1 and remove nothing. That's you.
It was nothing. So the bluff is called, but it turns out you're getting the damage anyway, and you're getting the reset on what is effectively Valiant Dynamos at this point, because you've gotten 3 blocks out of it.
A-okay if you're Xincheng Hao. 8 plays 13 now, and Chris Javier, after committing a significant amount of defense, will have to put together what he can with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Of course, 2 rune chants left behind by that Arcane Seed's life on a previous turn cycle.
Now, it does appear that Chris is on the back foot here, but keep this in mind. This is Briar we're talking about. Even 2 cards plus Arsenal plays can really do work, especially when you have 2 Arcane on the board. So let's see how this turn cycle ends up for him.
Yep.
I believe that is an Arcanic Shockwave, provided go again by the embodiment of Lightning token left behind by both Sizzle and Arcane Seed's life on the previous turn cycle. So while it was pretty middling from Chris last turn, he did set himself up for the future.
And then say
So it's a total of 3 Arcane, blocked out completely by a blue from
no buffs
Xincheng.
to the 4th, and your
8
efforts.
still plays 13, but there's 4 go again to consider.
Oh, and this is a great play, choosing to engage the Golden Companies, the cards that so many people now have access to and have their hands on. Popping a gold instead of paying its cost means that you just have the capacity to block with just giant numbers. I can't quite make out if it's a blue or a red, but either way, this is going to be providing a boon to the block.
That is the second copy of the blue Golden Company from Xincheng, the first we saw blocked with on turn 0. The follow-up here is second strike for Chris Javier, and because no damage has gotten through, it's just a measly 3. Big amounts of hurt for Briar, both on offense and defense, constantly by this Olympia deck.
Yep. Box 3.
2 cards in here.
Yep. Edge head. This one wagers a agility. Yep. And come in for 7.
This is one of the Briar hands ever.
I mean, you get the agility if you block it out.
No, no. Bad thing is, they didn't even give me an embodiment.
I think might just do for this.
Oh no.
Your targets. So I included it not because I wanted to leverage the agility token,
Because
but
you're not really going to do it.
but really just because I wanted the extra wager. But here's the thing.
Okay.
This deck is
round
leveraging the
7.
wager because they can play
Give it a
performance
go, give it
bonus. And so
agility,
that is
and
an
that's it.
actual target for the agility that you could create off of the play of Edge Ahead.
Pain and suffering continues for Chris Javier Mapalo, forced to block with a heck of a lot of cards and
For
not
1.
getting
Yep.
even baseline defensive value for in consideration for a lot of other cards because no embodiment of Earth generated on the previous turn cycle. This could have been a whopping block, but instead it is just 7 with 3 cards. 7 plays 13 now, and Chris has to retort in whatever way he can, and it's pitching a lightning press for Starfall. Huge laugh from Chris Javier.
Pay 2.
And on the other side of the table, of course, we have a continued onslaught. Here's popping the gold, drawing a card, pitching into it, drawing. This is the other nice thing about having Olympia as our hero, because we can
play
build
checkers.
so many gold tokens onto the board. You can just start digging. If you have a good chunk of blues in your hand, you can dig by popping gold over and over and over again to try and find the cards you need. And on that previous turn cycle,
Yeah, that
that
one
was
was
almost all reds in hand, giving the blues up as defense.
Yep.
So playing out that 2-card hand on 2 reds and now digging with cards in hand to try and find more red threats.
And it is a check raise in the yellow this time. I don't think I saw you on that in your deck, Tech.
That was, yes.
You were?
Yes.
Okay.
It is-
J.K. Rafflemouse says this caster.
It's so good. I mean, it's a 0 for 3 in a yellow. And it can be just applied in weird ways thanks to Gallia. I mean, it's here though. We have a problem. We have not we've dug, but we have not found a wager target. This is where the wheels do start to feel like they're falling off if you are on the Olympia side. Where if you don't hit that wager card, if you can't dig for it and find it, then you start to get a little stuck. But Opponent's going to respect that it's in there somehow.
I will
3
play
cards in
one
hand,
So
maybe some
let's
attack
get this
reactions
one
to
into
play.
+3, so he's got
Now
+3.
there are
Oh,
precious
sorry.
few ways
So
to
7, 8,
wager
eight,
on
yeah.
attack in the attack reaction step, I should say. 2 cards blocked with for Chris Javier, one of them being quick succession, the other rush of power.
That was a response.
And there, the
That's
wager
14.
is laid bare. This attack will get beefed up. And
Yeah.
it's 2 Iron Song responses to clench the victory for Xincheng Hao, saying, you think you're the aggro master? Well, just hold my golden grail and watch me work. All of a sudden, Olympia is out of the deathmatch arena with plenty of spoils of war. At Calling Bangkok, round 3 goes to the downtrodden warrior. Now, big up on his pedestal.
Are you kidding me? What a way to close that game out. Just draw the nuts. Just absolutely draw exactly what you need. And that's what we saw. We are so back as Olympia players in this meta.
No, it's not just Betsy getting a facelift from heavy hitters. It's your original prize fighter as well. And it just goes to show how a single card, granted, in the weapon slot, can completely change the context of a hero.
Yeah, it really has. Not only that, but it's gotten so much of an infusion of great cards from the Armory deck that you can pick up now because it's fully out, which I'm so excited to grab. There are so many new good cards for Olympia that it really does feel like the glow up of the century in Silver Age.
Well, get out to your local game store to, 1, pick up some Armory deck Olympia, also pick up some Mastery Pack Warrior, and go ahead and play in Skirmish Season 15. It is going on right now, August 8th through the 23rd, 2026. And Olympia's winning spoils just by playing the game, but you can get your hands on a heck of a lot of them by playing whichever deck. It doesn't have to be Olympia, although you may be enticed after watching that previous feature match. Of course, the winner will go home with an alternate art Arcane Polarity playmat, in addition to a cold foil Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy. Another copy of each of those prizes will be raffled off randomly, so you better get your butt in seats. Grab yourself a Gem Pack 5 for participation and play the great game of Flesh and Blood. Besides that, top 8 is going to go home with alternate art Arcane Polarities, and of course the top 2 get that extended art Shove Off, brand new out of Mastery Pack Warrior.
I don't know about you. I'm playing in one of my skirmishes upcoming on Wednesday, and I need to be one of those top 4 because I need to get myself that Arcane Polarity. I play it so much in so many decks. Even as the Wizard player, I play it. So I need to grab myself one of those.
You're going to need about 8 of them for the number of Silver Age decks that I know you sleeve up and bring
That's
to
true.
each and every event.
That is actually accurate. Yeah.
Well, get out there right now and see if you can steal some Arcane Polarities away from this guy, and also have a heck of a lot of fun playing the game of Flesh and Blood. More Silver Age action coming your way after a break.
My baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. I want the lightning and the thunder. I
everyone pray were the last words that were said by my producer before coming back. And that is because, of course, as it's very obvious at this point, we are having some internet issues over there in Thailand. And so please bear with us. We are going to proceed back into the action once again, though. And these Silver Age games are going at a quick clip, if the last one is any indication. Bryce Platz back with Mr. Stephen Cookus for more Silver Age action. We cannot wait to show you more, and we cannot wait to feast our eyes more as well. But first, we proceed to the standings going into round 4, where, as is probably no surprise, Mr. Sam Sutherland from Australia and Mr. Jacob Clements from across the pond are doing rather well, X and O on Oscilio. Besides that, we do have another Oscilio at the top of the pack. That's Sonrath Pitaparmich. And also Tobias Schmidberg on Enigma. So Enigma's there, 2 copies of Briar. One of those Dromais has made it into the top 8 standings, at least as for now. And of course, Mr. OO from previous feature match fandom.
Yeah, filling out the rest of the 3-0 bracket, there is a large contingent of Briar. This is what you would expect to see in early rounds, as Briar, the cream of the crop, rising to the top at that 3-0 clip. But those Briars are eventually going to face into each other, and that number is going to go down. But it is very cool to see, like you said, a Dromai here doing quite well, another Dromai over at 14. You've got, of course, Oscilio. Its breakout performance over the past few weeks is putting it into that 3-0 bracket rather nicely.
And there were precious few Oscilios in the room when we started the day. 6 most representative memory serves, and yet 4 have clambered to the top page of the standings. We do see the last 3-0 is Mr. Shannon Puttery of Teklovossen fandom. Did place in top 8 at the Pro Tour in Yokohama. And then all of a sudden we drop into the X and 1 bracket where, hey, there are the Phis. They're all X and 1.
Yes, we have several Phis there at X and 1. Justin Koo, nice little shout out right there at 23rd as 2 and 1 on Oscilio as well. A couple of more Briars, a couple of more Dromais, and then finally we see our first few 2 and 1 Blazes down there at 38th and 40th.
Yeah, what do you think is happening to our wizard?
Look, okay, don't make me spiral here, but like
Blaze, I'm making you.
Blaze, it's a tough world to live in for Blaze. Blaze can do so many great things, but the meta has coalesced in such a way that things are really tough, and there are a lot of really challenging matchups, even with the innovations that we've seen in that deck list.
We are also seeing a just sprinkling of Guardians up until this point. At X and 1, that's where we're seeing our Valdas and our Bravo flattering showmen, except for the one, of course, that we saw in that top 8 representation. Also, Ingkarat, Boonyamanond on Hala, 2 and 1. I do have it on good authority that is a Zenith Blade Hala, not a Decimator Great Axe Hala.
That makes a ton of sense. I mean, that's a really exciting proposition as well. We saw in the previous round, if you missed it, go back and watch it. We saw Olympia do some crazy stuff. And here is Hala sitting at 2 and 1. That is really exciting for all of the Warrior players out there.
But now we do have to turn our attention back, of course, to the feature match area where we have another exciting match. Locked and loaded, it is Eugene C. of Rhinar fame gracing our screens once again on the very same hero. This time he doesn't have his trusty scab skins though, does he?
No, he does not, but he's got a lot going for him. Rhinar is a sneaky good deck in this format, and if anyone can pull off a win and a high finish with the hero, I mean, it's Eugene.
Yeah, Eugene Sneaky Good C is the man to get it done in the feature match area. So we descend on down once again without scab skin leathers, but perhaps with a ravenous meat axe in tow. On the other side of the arena, it is going to be a competitor from Thailand on Dorinthea. Not Iron Song anymore, just plain old Dorinthea, because this is, of course, Silver Age. Panithan Paramatikul did decide to go first. This is round 4, and we take a look at our heroes. It's a classic battle, isn't it? There was a product way back in the day that featured literally Dorinthea and Rhinar, because these two have been clashing since the inception of the game of Flesh and Blood. Dorinthea on the left will get an additional attack from her weapon the first time she connects with it each turn. Does need to provide go again in order to get that second attack, though. And then walk me through Rhinar, Steven.
Well, Rhinar has the fantastic ability of being able to intimidate the opponent, stealing cards from their hand, putting them in banish zone just for a moment so that you can convert some true damage because they just don't have the blocking capability. Now, I am very interested to see if this truly will be a classic battle, as you hinted at, or if this is going to take a slight turn with Dorinthea being Decimator Great Axe, because that version of Dorinthea is perhaps the most potent as we see right now. Or it could be a newly refreshed version of Dorinthea with flurry tokens and with the ability to swing multiple times with Dorinthea's Dawnblade. I'm curious to see which way this deck builder went with their deck build in general, because I think both have efficacy in this metagame.
Well, ponder no more, Mr. Cookus. Let's go ahead and find out for ourselves. Dorinthea did decide to go first, which is no surprise, because one of the things that Rhinar can do in this format is blow you out of the water on turn 0, and it is a Decimator Great Axe of old. Not a huge surprise, honestly. Dorinthea, while Dawnblade may have some efficacy here, Decimator Great Axe is just a house of a card.
Yeah.
Having the base defense power of the first, well, one of the first defending cards each turn cycle makes it just so difficult to meaningfully convert your cards. And Eugene forced to go ahead and throw 2 into the mix, one of them being Vigorous Smash Up. So we see a clash on this turn 0 of the game. Wreck-A-Rump versus Sharpened Steel. Easy win for Eugene C., who is still sitting at X and 1. Gotta fight it out hard right here in order to stay in the top 8 race.
This is a tale of 2 unbanned cards, because on the side of Dorinthea, we are likely to see Steelblade Shunt, a card that gives a push back to this deck that did take a clear step back once it lost that, along with Sirens of Safe Harbor.
Iron Song Response found in this first hand for Panithan does sneak 2 damage over the top against Eugene, despite blocking with 2 cards. Vigor Token gonna pop on the Brute side of the board, though, who is packing a Mandible Claw. Very, very happily equipping that weapon again is Eugene C. 1 resource floats now, and 4 cards in hand, kicking it off with a Big Bad Pulping. Huge for Eugene, who remains at 2 floating and is now randomly drawing and discarding a card.
Of note, there is no dominate off on board, so you can't just pop the boots. Excuse me. You can't just pop the boots and say this doesn't have dominate. So you're going to have to play around it. But a deck like Dorinthea, specifically Decimator Dorinthea, does have defense reactions that you can find and put into the arsenal over the course of the game. So maybe there's some play around this.
Now 6 dominate go again, as Pulping did discard randomly an Agile Windup card, intimidated on Panithan's side of the board. And as you mentioned, Steven, it's a full suite of Unity for Panithan. Our Dorinthea player has brought nothing but gauntlets, helm, plating, boots of Unity. So we'll be gaining a lot of defensive equity as long as he chooses to continually block with cards from hand. Hard to fault him when his deck ultimately just overcomes in the late game.
I like this grab here. Getting the value early while you still have cards in hand is so incredibly important, particularly when we know that this is an at least 2 attack turn, because you know that your cards are not going to be in your hand for very long. So cash them in early, determine what's been taken, determine what type of play line you can play out, and then decide whether or not you can commit the blocks. And of course, if this is just a Mandible Claw follow-up, you can maybe take this, or you can commit this block as well and then just give up the final card to intimidate.
But with 2 cards in the hand for Eugene C., you've got to imagine a Ball Breaker at least is to follow. 3 go again, accepted by Panithan, down to 16 to Eugene's 18. The follow-up, yes, indeed, is Ball Breaker, 4-4. This is a play line that Eugene hasn't gotten to do in a very long time.
Leaves him with a card to put into the arsenal as well for setting up for one of those offensive overlap turns. And this is a deck that you want to provide offensive overlap to, as the card in hand eludes us for just that moment. And now, of course, with the damage being face up, you're okay blocking again, maybe with a Unity piece of equipment, or just giving a singular card. In this case, it looks like it's just a singular card block, taking a point of damage. That card goes into the arsenal.
Now, that first copy of Sharpened Steel, Eugene would have been expecting because it was revealed on his vigorous smash up. The second in the blue was for Panithan to reveal when the time was right. And now back over to our warrior player who, if that intimidated card was a blue, is going to be very happy to just send the axe. But because another card was held back, I'd have to imagine there is more juice for this squeeze. Fortunately, just outside of the player cam, Steelblade Shunt into the pitch zone, and now Decimator Great Axe onto the combat chain where it belongs once again.
This is a deck that is looking to leverage inevitability, like long-term, and this is kind of like shades of the Levia game we saw earlier, where one hero is clearly sitting in the fatigue seat, where I can just present this really unfortunate, hard-to-block weapon over and over again, and you are going to commit deck damage on yourself by trying to play overrate root cards. This is a very similar matchup, so let's see how Eugene decides to try and navigate this uphill battle he's going to be climbing.
Back over to Eugene, who fully blocked out that Decimator Great Axe because it only halves the defensive power of non-equipment cards. So the effective Decimator Great Axe completely shirked, and based on blocking with Predatory Plating, I think Eugene is going for one of those big offensive overlap turns. It is a Clash of Might discarded away to this pulping, and so in as many turns, it's 2 pulpings for 6 Dominate Go Again. A card intimidated for Panithan, who sits at 15 to Eugene's 18.
So having played so much against Rhinar and also playing as Rhinar, this is one of those key moments when the turn starts with pulping with Dominate, and it can be stopped if there's a defense reaction in the arsenal. I always kind of just like hold my breath a little bit from the side of the Rhinar player, because you could have expended all of this for nothing, and it turns out the turn will continue, and it will continue in a big way.
Eugene continues to be undaunted. He is a gambling man, and so he gambles again with pulping into now rewarded with an aggressive pounce. Because Eugene has intimidated his opponent this turn, this attack will get go again. 6 go again now after 1 card has already been committed by Panithan and 1 card intimidated. 2 remain in the hand. Will there be a follow-up from Eugene, though? That Predatory Plating is there, can be cashed in for a free resource. It all depends on the arsenal. And there it goes. Predatory Plating, going to generate a resource up to 2, and it's just cashed for a Ball Breaker. Don't hate this from Eugene. Just getting 3 chain links wide multiple times this game will be probably enough to carry him across the line.
Still some equipment to expend over the course of the rest of this game on the side of Panithan. That being said, down to 9 already. This is how you do it, says Eugene. 3 attacks wide, 2 very potent weapons, and he's got his opponent at half his own life.
9 plays 18 now. Panithan has got to make something happen. I want to say it'll be something like a Felling Swing, but no. It is just a chest puff. Coming in for a whopping 7, but ultimately what Eugene is playing at is not a value game. He is going for big, wide turns, and Panithan trying to play a value game here might not be well positioned.
I wonder, so Panithan keeps checking the arsenal, and I wonder if there's perhaps like a Felling Swing lurking that he just doesn't have the tempo to play. Arsenaling it early makes you kind of like incentivized to try and turn the tempo and swing a big axe, but unfortunately it's been all Eugene thus far.
And one thing Eugene is probably sure about now is that there's no defense reaction in the arsenal. Otherwise, one or both of those pulpings would have been stymied. And now it is a discard of ow, wow, 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 wow. I mean, the actual name of that card, which I can never remember because that's all I can see when I look at it. And that discard happened to Buzzard Helm. Granted, it will still be a 6-power card in the graveyard, so Buzzard Helm gets to block once again. 14 plays 9, and Eugene may have fixed himself out of a bad situation. It is Bear Fangs out of the arsenal, and being that there's so many cards left in deck, my eyes are immediately drawn to Beaten Trackers.
Yes, that is exactly what the heads-up play would be. You understand that there are very few cards in this list that you activate Beaten Trackers on consistently. One of them is Bear Fangs, one of them being Savage Feast, if that is being played by Eugene. Here, you can see it's clearly going to be, with 3 cards left in hand, you had a 5-card draw up there. It's going to be the extended turn yet again, and this this is looking deadly.
Indeed so, because even on its face, it can be 8, essentially go again on this Bare Fangs, into Mandible Claw, into Ball Breaker. So there's at least, I would say, 7 points of damage coming, as long as the resources cooperate. However, it is 2 reds and a yellow in the hand for Eugene.
And he's already expended his chess piece to gain the extra resource. This would be a fantastic time to have that resource available to try and extend more, but it was used on the Ball Breaker for a 3-wide swing on the previous turn cycle.
So like I said, the floor of this turn remains as it is. The yellow can be pitched into the Mandible Claw. The Ball Breaker can be paid for by 2 reds. So there's at least 7 more damage coming on this turn cycle. But no, there's a redundant copy of Bare Fang. So Eugene going in to double dip on this potentially 8 power attack, but more importantly, another Intimidation stranding Panithan with 2 cards to use on offense, where honestly, in Decimator Great Axe story, might not be the most useful. Is a Clash of Might discarded there. Can't quite make out the color. It might be in the blue, which would, yes, be under the requisite power of 6. So not only is there no intimidation here, Bare Fangs crashing in only for 6.
Yeah, this is a bit of a break for Panithan because it's not going to intimidate. It gives him the ability to turn his cards sideways exactly like this and just protect his life total. This is kind of the break that you need. Running against that fail state of missing off the top and then just saying, okay, well, look, they missed. Now let's cash in these cards to just do the thing. Send the 1 card left in hand, send the Decimator Great Axe, and preserve our life total at 6.
4 damage from this Decimator Great Axe, but when 6 plays 14, if you're sitting in Panithan's seat, you got to be thinking, is this even enough? And so far, I do think this is one of those matchups that Eugene was trying to target in coming to calling Bangkok with Rhinar.
Yeah, there's so many of these mid-range to control decks that just want to dictate the pace of play with defense reactions and block cards and equipment that you can just prey upon as Eugene. But there's a bit of life that is being shown on the side of Dorinthea with that miss on that previous turn cycle. So the question then becomes, what does this 4-card plus Arsenal play have for Eugene?
Buzzard Helm blocked with, yet again, card drawn, card discarded, this time Vigorous Smash Up. Back over to Eugene, 11, plays 6. There's 4 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. Exactly the explosive start to a classic Eugene C turn. Will he have the go-again source, though? He's expended a lot of them, and there it is. Buck Wild out of the Arsenal. And so many cards in the pitch zone to pay for it, though. This attack costs 3, and there's 3 cards there. It's an all-red hand for Eugene C.
Absolutely painful. This is not what you want. But at the very least, maybe you convert on this. You Arsenal up your card, and you just say, let's do it again. But you're giving your Dorinthea player that you have dead to rights almost, that window to come back in and play something like Sharpen Steel, Threaten an Iron Song response. Here's 10, here's 12. Like you can do some crazy things on the Dorinthea side. And so this is that moment where Eugene may be feeling a little bit on the back foot all of a sudden.
Buck Wild, a fantastic go-again enabler, but only when it actually has something to follow up. And now Panithan has got to be looking at the cards in the pitch zone of Eugene C. I see a Rough Up, a Wild Ride, and can't quite make out the it's a high-pitched Howl. And so Panithan has got to be thinking there's something scarier than that left in the hand for Eugene. Either that or this 3-pitch red is just a big bluff for something like a Ball Breaker.
That would be such a strange play to pitch, unless it's a literal blue non-triggerable on Buck Wild. So no, it is going to go straight to the Arsenal, and the value block made with the final pieces of Unity equipment that had, or at least the first 2 pieces, I should say, that had extra block on them.
No!
He's going to return the favor, pitching 2 reds just to play a non-fully powered chest puff. So they're returning in kind.
My goodness, it was a 4-card 7 from Eugene C. Now a 3-card 6 from Panithan. One of those cards, of course, being Felling Swing, the other Fiendal's Fighting Spirit in the pitch zone. 2 cards that are there to be thrown as 2-card 7s, 8s, if they're fully utilized for Panithan to get back into the game.
This just feels like a gift. Eugene, I would imagine sitting in that seat felt uncomfortable, like this is slipping away. But now you're seeing the exact same thing being returned, and now maybe you have a little window to continue your own onslaught.
The man literally never punished. That is Eugene C., especially because he's got himself a Clash of Agility in the hand. There's also a yellow Bear Hug,
Clash
a
of
blue
Might.
Barraging Beatdown, and yes, a Clash of Might. No, not the most potent offensive hand, but the Clash of Agility is what ties it all together. Multiple chain links is what Brutes want to be doing, and honestly, it has never been easier with the amount of Go Again available to the class.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I mean, there's a reason that KO was one of the heroes voted out, and it's because of this Go Again, like, just wealth of cards.
Wild Rides, Pulpings, Buck Wilds. The devs have gone buck wild with Go Again when it comes to Brutes, but there's a lot of consternation on the face of Eugene C. Maybe the line isn't nearly as clean as we originally thought, especially because this chest puff is in a lot of ways not even as meaningful as a Decimator Great Axe.
The final piece of this puzzle may be what resides in the arsenal, trying to figure out if this is a 1 to 2 card block. Remember, you can play with your life total a little bit here as Eugene, because this is not representing that much. And it does appear this is going to be a win off the top thanks to that vigorous smash up.
Clash of Agility, easy token generated for Eugene C. Attack versus a non-attack is exactly the way Brute wants to draw it up against Warrior. So Agility token left in its place. 3 damage comes across the line. Eugene at 8. Still double the life total of his opponent. Eugene now knows that there is a yellow felling swing in the hand of Panithan. That is much less relevant than what Eugene is about to show us. Hopefully that card in Arsenal, which could be pulling this entire turn together. Bear Hug into the pitch zone. Agility token cashed in on Mandible Claw straight away. 3 Go Again. Limited amount of information for Panithan at this point. Immediately throws that yellow felling swing into the mix. It's a wild ride out of the Arsenal. Exactly why Eugene had to do that. He had to get that barraging beatdown in the pitch zone so it can't be randomly discarded by Wild Ride.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to hopefully for Eugene be 6 with Go Again.
And
It is going to trigger. Now, that is a red that I'm sure he would have loved to have played, but at the same time, we can just follow this up with Ball Breaker.
Easy peasy. And now that is the red Clash of Might that we saw in the hand previously.
Correct.
So this last one is the random card drawn off of Wild Ride. 6 Go Again now for Panithan's consideration. Who only has 2 cards left in hand. One, of course, was intimidated away. The Arsenal has been very clumped up for our Dorinthea players since the beginning of this game, and wouldn't you know it, it is a second copy of Yellow Felling Swing. In conjunction with the Gloves of Unity, will block a total of 4. Ball Breaker, the follow-up, vigorous smash up in the pitch zone for Eugene C. He just wants to get as much value out of these weapons as humanly possible. He says, Decimator Great Axe, hold my beer. And look at that, 3 copies of Felling Swing. 2 yellows and 1 blue are the blocking cards on this turn for Panithan.
3 of a kind, not legal in this format, but apparently Panithan has figured out a way to get it there anyway. It is just going to be a swing of the Decimator Great Axe, and at this point, I think we just have to pin that card being a red Felling Swing at this point. Something to that effect.
Gotta be, right?
Because it has not moved the entire game, and he has not had the space to play it.
Panithan has been getting incredibly lucky that the cards left stranded by Eugene C. are blues instead of those yellow Felling Swings. Otherwise, this might have just been an IP penalty pass.
We're reaching that point in the game where Eugene is priced in to blocking Decimator Great Axe. Remember, this is inevitability, right? It's the Thanos snap of decks in this format because you know it's going to get there in the end. So at a certain point, you are priced into blocking this out, and now Eugene's stuck on a 2-card play, essentially.
Vigorous smash up plus Clash of Agility. It is an agile windup versus a blue sharpened steel. So easy agility, easy vigor generated. Card left on top for Eugene C. I believe he went for the Clash of Agility first based on the order of tokens that he threw down there. And Vigorous Smash Up does allow Eugene the opportunity to sink that card away, but Eugene might just be thinking, I need to put together multiple turn cycles of more than one chain link.
Yep.
And Agile Windup, while it is not often the most efficient way to do it, is still a way to get it done.
Yeah, I was very curious to see if he was actually going to leverage both of his weapons and just try to swing weapons over and over again and do his own sort of... Look at that. It is exactly what we see. To do his own sort of like inevitability play with weapons as the infinite recursive damage that we can provide. And it looks like that's going to, at the very least, have to buy a card because this is representing lethal.
Now, this 2 floating would pay for the majority of the cards, the fearsome cards, in Eugene C's deck. And it is, of course, Ow, Wow, Wow, Wow. Give him a piece of your mind, I want to say is the name of that card.
He keeps picking up that arsenal, and I keep thinking, this is the moment where it's a defense reaction, but that would just be the craziest long, roll of all time, really.
Now, because this attack action card has been blocked out in its entirety, a Vigor token will join the fray for Panithan.
Okay. You get a Vigor.
I got Vigor, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have it.
I got Vigor, says Panithan. Checks that card in Arsenal one more time. There is one in the hand. So even if it's a yellow felling swing, which we know it can't be because those were blocked with earlier, if it's a yellow is the upshot of what I'm saying, can still swing the Decimator Great Axe. And even though it's felt like Panithan has been circling the drain for the last, 7 turn cycles, he's still in it.
Yeah, the deck size on Eugene's side of the table is looking precipitously low.
Let's see if we can get a good look at it through the hand cam. No, this is when Eugene decides to show us his hand when we're trying to look at his deck. And it is nothing but yellows and a single blue.
He's been burning through those reds consistently. And look at that. You can see it there just off camera. It is not looking very healthy.
But of course, Agile Windup's there. Can put together multiple weapon swings if that's how Eugene thinks he needs to play this.
At this point, he can take one Decimator Great Axe. He can kind of keep track of how many, Iron Song responses and Sharpened Steels that he just looked through in the graveyard that he's seen. He can respect one and not take it.
Yeah.
Or I should say, he can not respect one and take it before he's fully committed to having to block over the next 2 turns.
And if Panithan is able to keep 2 cards in hand, all of a sudden that Schrodinger's red felling swing in the arsenal can be laid bare, and all of a sudden this is a completely different game. Eugene takes that one on the chin all the way down to 4. This is the one Decimator Great Axe that can be disrespected left in this game, but does he have the pieces to put it together and slam the door in Panithan's face? It looks like Eugene has accepted the pass, so the opportunity to discard Agile Windups is over, at least to generate the agility token. But of course, one of the awesome modes about Mandible Claw is that when you discard these Windups, Mandible Claw will gain Go Again. The Might token generated, and more importantly, an Intimidate from Eugene C. 1 card dealt with. And now 2 more Windups in the hand. Eugene could intimidate all but 1 card. Instead, it's 2 cards into the pitch zone to provide Go Again to this yellow Buck Wild. 6 Go Again now, and 2 left floating. Oh, you better believe it. A Ball Breaker will follow this up.
Yeah, overpitching here is the smart play. It's the only play, really, but it is threatening. 6 Go Again into 4. The numbers are face up, but there are no pieces of equipment that can shore up the damage being presented here. So he's going to have to give him, but what a perfect time to find an on the horizon to cleanly block and prevent that down to, that life total falling down to 1. And if it's a blue in hand, then everything is coming up Panithan. Let's find out.
And Panithan has shown us precious few Steel Blade shunts so far. If Eugene continues to try to leverage his weapons, he might just run smack dab into a reckless swing style loss.
That is true. He did just pass up. He just drew up and passed, and now it's back over to Eugene deciding how he wants to take this 4-card play.
We do see a Wreck-A-Romp, a Savage Feast, and is that yet another Wreck-A-Romp? Probably not super relevant. It's just a blue.
This is unfortunate. This is, obviously, we mentioned it earlier, this is one of those cards that you really do need the extra action point off of beaten trackers for. He doesn't have the capacity to play into that. He doesn't have the agility created.
And now without any windups, there's no opportunity to send Mandible Claw first. This is a situation where Eugene desperately wishes he was wearing scab skin leathers. Or rolled. Wreck-A-Rump is essentially unarsenalable, and that is the card left in the hand. But of course, a random one will join it. Eugene desperately hoping for a good arsenal. It is an unexpected backhand. Better than Wreck-A-Rump.
Well, at this point, you're down to just like the quality of card in your deck is so low that almost all of these cards are just unarsenable.
So now it's back over to Panithan, who has had one card intimidated away. 3 reside in the hand. They're a mystery to us. Panithan's got to choose exactly how to utilize them. This could be a situation where he throws 2 cards in front. As long as the intimidated card remains a blue, if he keeps yet another one, it could be the turn that makes it so Eugene just can't do multiple chain links. Ooh, and it's a Steel Blade Shunt, even better for Panithan. Blocking 6, essentially with 2 cards, but only 1 from the deck. 1 will leak through. Panithan at a very precarious 1 now. But this could be the moment to risk it all, because he might very well say to Eugene, you're going to have to play fair flesh and blood with me for the rest of this.
This is the first turn since turn 0 that Panithan has had more than one ability to like play out cards. He had to double pitch on that one singular turn, that other turn, double pitch reds in order to play a conventional attack. Here he's just going to gain the life back, pitching a blue, playing a nice little 2-card 7 that is really more like 8 value.
7 damage on the combat chain now after Panithan rises above 1 again because of Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. When it attacks or defends, if the attacker has less life than the opposing hero, you'll gain 1 life. Now, on Eugene's side of the board, he's got things to consider. Can just block with 2 of these cards with impunity. I think he's thanking his lucky stars that it wasn't the Felling Swing Decimator Great Axe, because that is a much more difficult attack to block.
I mean, even if it was, you would honestly have to shove most of this hand into it, and then you'd still have the same play of swinging the 2-card 6 that you're going to be priced into regardless. It's just this unfortunate scenario where you've burned through most of your go again resources. You don't have the capacity to really send effective chunks of damage. You're almost like begging for another copy of Agile Windup.
Yeah. Right? And we do say there is 1 left in the deck. We know that a blue one just went to the bottom of it, so there is still the possibility of go again for Eugene later on. But we talked about him expending red threats, which Eugene has done it in a very different way than the previous Brute matchup we saw on stream. The Levia game in the hands of Damien, all of those red threats were being expended either by random discards or on blocks, etc. Eugene has done a great job of actually utilizing his red threats. It just happens that Panithan's blocking suite of equipment and stalwart defense has been enough to weather the storm.
No, Eugene has played this matchup correctly. It just so happens that Panithan has found his way to these just great outcomes. And look at this, the red overpower, which could also still be alert. That could be what is in the arsenal, sitting there since turn 0.
Steelblade Shunt the second jumps in front of this attack. At the end of this turn cycle, it's still 2 plays 3 as we go back to Panithan's side of the board. It's a blue Fiendal's Fighting Spirit to pay for this Decimator Great Axe, crashing in for 4.
Now he is notably threatening holding another blue, perhaps bluffing holding another blue. We know it's a red, but bluffing another blue to maybe bluff a red overpower, for example.
Even a blue one is enough to make me tremble. Eugene forced to block and forced to thereby turn on Reprise.
Oh, and this is the perfect time to do it because it's an awkward hand and it's one of the final sources of go again in Wild Ride.
Pitched away earlier on in this game. It's 2 cards devoted to the block, High Pitched Howl and Rough Up. Now what I'm worried about is the possibility of an Iron Song response. That could, of course, have been the card in the arsenal, but I think it would have been played out there rather than held in reserve. Decimator Great Axe pulled from the graveyard where it does not belong and put back into the weapon zone. A boon to Panithan. Thank you for our spotter judge for noticing that before it became a problem. High-pitched Howl now on the combat chain for Eugene C. Smash with Big Tree. But bottom line, it's just another 2-card 6. That's all Eugene can muster on this turn cycle.
But that means that this could be the moment that if that is a power card in the arsenal that has been living, languishing in the arsenal this entire game, this could be the moment where you put 2 cards in front, you keep 2 blues, and you try to win the game.
Panithan smelling victory when Eugene C is trying to smell fear. The man from Thailand remains undaunted. 3 plays 2, and the suspense hangs in the air. It's turn 9. By far the longest game of the day.
Eugene doing exactly what I would do, picking up the graveyard, checking how many Iron Song responses have been played. Checking yet again, how many Steel Blade shunts do I have to worry about? Can I ever, with any comfort, swing any of my weapons if I go to lower than 3?
And there it is, a 2-card block. 2 blues left in the hand. Is it a felling swing? Show us, Panithan. No! Unless, of course, maybe you're right. It still could be that overpower.
We know there's a red overpower lurking. I think it was just blocked with.
It was, but there could be another one in the arsenal.
Maybe the second copy of red overpower is what was arsenaled so long ago.
4 power on the combat chain. Eugene C has got to find a way. I do think we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 cards left in deck.
Yeah, you have 1 turn cycle to close this out. Maybe Panithan is just saying, look, at this point, I can just win the game off of pure fatigue.
Even if that were the case, I would think that if it's a felling swing, you're still sending it here. Panithan holding a card back. It is that yellow agile windup put into the pitch stack for Eugene C, revealed on this double vigorous smash up. Might very well be the sauce that Eugene needs in order to muster one last gasp of offensive output. 2 vigor tokens left in the place of 2 incredibly valuable cards at this point in the game.
The mystery of the arsenal still not solved. He keeps glancing. We keep missing. He keeps looking, and yet we may never know. It may just be the friends we made along the way as 2 vigor pop on the start of Eugene's turn, and this truly is one of those last turns of the game with 5 cards left in deck, 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. 2 resources up does mean that you could maybe go kind of wide, but is it too little too late?
Certainly feels like it if you're looking at the visage of Eugene C, who has been in tough spots before and has always figured his way out, at least to the best of his ability. And you can see his mind working. This is a statistical genius. Barraging beatdown comes down. First, maybe not last, intimidate of the turn. This is one of the ways that Rhinar can just sneak out a win. Wild Ride comes down onto the combat chain. Card drawn. We know it's an agile windup, so it is a hit. At least 1 in the hand. Dice rolled. And it is agile windup discarded. Another intimidate trigger now. Only 2 cards will be left in the hand for Panithan to block with. That might be all he needs, though, especially if all he needs to do is stymie the buff on barraging beatdown. But if Eugene can follow up with a weapon, there might just not be any defense left for Panithan.
With 23 seconds left in the round, did Eugene find the win with 1 turn cycle left in deck? Did he just pick this up? It all depends on how these blocks go.
Eugene. It's a steel blade shot in the hand. Panithan extends the hand. He shakes it. He doesn't even need the ball breaker to follow, does Eugene C. If it was a red left in hand, then he just dodged a huge bullet. Bottom line, it's Rhinar and Eugene C ascending, still X-1 at Calling Bangkok.
My God, his play is electric. It is so much fun to watch Eugene navigate his way through tough matchup after tough matchup. I didn't know if he had it in him to finish that game out. I thought the deck was too low. He had 1 effective turn cycle. No, we were wrong. He picked it up, and he deserved that win.
you know, he continues to skirt expectations. When Mandible Claws went away, he brought himself a ball breaker and another one-handed brute weapon. In this format, Silver Age, so many Rhinar players have thrown away their romping clubs, picked up a ravenous meat axe, and are eating for value. In this case, Eugene says, no, I want to go 3 chain links wide. This is what I do, scab skins or no, in Thailand, in the US, anywhere he can get himself into a Flesh and Blood event.
That is one of those games that you watch and you just have to fall in love with Flesh and Blood. Watch that game on repeat and you will get hyped for more Flesh and Blood. And I'm hyped for more Flesh and Blood.
Now, the majority of our audience might very well be hyped about Brute, but there is plenty of hype to go around when it comes to classes. That's why Mastery Pack Warrior is the product for you to go ahead and pick up. Even though our Warrior player did not come out victorious, we have seen star-studded Warriors already this weekend. Olympia looked so good in the deathmatch arena. Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy, though, is getting quite the facelift. You can expect a cold foil version of her to be winnable at Skirmish Season 15, but her weapon, it glistens better than it ever has before. Dawnblade has a full art Marvel treatment, double-sided. Oh,
look, I'm just going to cut it and I'm going to say this. Look, Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy is going to be a problem in this format eventually. She is really good. She was really good in the Blitz days. She's going to be even better in Silver Age. When people don't have defense reactions to play against her, she's going to be good. So look, go out, get Mastery Pack Warrior, build Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy. You're going to get paid off.
I highly encourage you to check out on the LSS YouTube page, excuse me, the Fab YouTube page, the drafting of Mastery Pack Warrior. Uyong really makes Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy shine and dispenses Mr. Alex Norville very handedly. Hala is also brand new on the Silver Age front. Now that Mastery Pack Warrior is out, that's why we're seeing them in the standings. This is the first opportunity that players have had to play her in a Silver Age calling. Zenith Blade is also looking dusted and gorgeous right here. In the hallowed halls of Solana, Olympia picks up that golden grail, and you can view the spoils that Olympia competes for. Gold, apples, grapes, and of course comfort on the backside of that full art Marvel.
That Marvel is the best buy. I mean, like, look, I love the treatment that they gave to Dawnblade, but that is incredible. We were looking at it here in studio just a moment ago, like maybe a couple hours ago, and I was just blown away by what that looks like in person.
Yeah, it looks good here on the screen. It looks doubly good when you see it in person. The border around the text box and the Golden Grail itself are the only things that get that cold foil treatment, and so they pop in an outstanding fashion. I don't know if we can gush even better than we have, Steven. Get out, grab yourself some Mastery Pack Warrior, and see if you can pull these gorgeous Marvel treatments of two-handed swords. Hala and Hala Blade Saint of the Vow also get completely extended treatments with that gorgeous border frame around their text box as well. It's all available to you at LGS's. Get out, buy some Mastery Pack Warrior. See if you can also pick out the newest kid on the block. I thought it was going to be Golden Grail, but we had more to be shown. Get out your whetstones and sharpen up a Durendal and see if you can wreck some reaction cards when they're trying to defend this weapon.
I'm really intrigued by Durendal. I'm not sure how that's going to end up
Me
playing,
neither.
but I want to try it.
You want to talk about lessons learned all in and point of escalation, though. Talk about deterministic wins. All in is one of those cards that plays like Regicide, but possibly even better.
Yeah, I love this card. The design on this card is so much fun. The fact that you can just pop so many gold to give the buff, and then if you don't hit, you're just you're done. You're done. You went all in, and this is what happens. You go home empty-handed.
My favorite part about it is that the art treatment on it makes it look like a choose-your-own-adventure, right? Because Olympia is literally jumping from the ramparts, and there's two ways this plays out, right? Either he runs through the brute below him, or he misses, his sword sticks in the sand, he can't get it out, and he just gets bludgeoned to death. And that is exactly what happens when you resolve this card. Huge wins in terms of flavor, in terms of power for warriors abound. And speaking of power, Raised Blades is going to look a heck of a lot of good in Kasai of the Golden Sand.
Yeah, that card is great. I mean, it's been talked about to death, but I'll talk about it some more. Raised Blades for a Kasai player, this is my dream card. Draw a card, put one on top of the deck. We're basically using the 1 cost attack reaction effect that does the exact same thing, except this one gives +3 for 0. It costs you nothing. It's just strictly better than multiple cards in the warrior card pool. How could you not want to play that?
Well, I do, Stephen. You are
okay,
preaching
good.
to the choir. You're preaching to the chorus of steel, if you will. So go ahead and sharpen up your two-handed swords. Grab yourself some Mastery Pack Warrior and get in all the fun that we've seen from Warriors Abound. There's going to be more coming at you right after a short break. Hala is going to be in the deathmatch arena. Can't wait to showcase her. And, of course, legendaries. Expensive ones, honestly, that the warrior class has often been hungry for. Brave Forge Bracers, Valiant Dynamo, Grains of Bloodspell. These are benchmarks that you need to overcome if you're going to pilot warrior in Classic Constructed. And now they have fresh new printings, thereby making them more economical and accessible to the player base that wants to pick them up. Gotta love Mastery Pack Warrior. Gotta love our brand new tokens as well, beefing up two-handed swords across the world of Wraith. Blade Dance, obviously at home in the Dorinthea deck. What does Dorinthea need? Sources of Go Again. What does Hala need? The exact opposite. Sources of Swing an Additional Time.
Well, and Blade Dance is super fantastic in Silver Age, that you can make it off of just the instant that prevents 2. Play that Blade Dance out, and then that gives you the Go Again on your swords for Kasai, for Olympia, whoever you want it for. The fact that you have that capacity means that you can leverage this card in Silver Age right now.
Right now, because it is out now. Mastery Pack Warrior is pick-upable at any LGS you should frequent. And frequent it you should, because Skirmish Season 15 is ongoing. Just like Calling Bangkok, where we will take a small departure from the action and be back with some Hala gameplay. Don't go anywhere. More swords and more flesh and blood after this.
Sharp steel.
Sharpen steel, because Hala will be proceeding into the feature match area with a Zenith blade in tow. Sharpening looks all so good when it provides go again to a two-handed weapon. Flurry tokens to boot, you can expect a fantastic advertisement for Mastery Pack Warrior because, I mean, she's not even playable until that product came out in Silver Age.
That is true. That is very true. And she's going to be really good going forward, as we're going to hopefully see here in this next round, right?
And of course, Bryce Platz back here with Mr. DMArmada. Steven Cookus is in the booth, and he is rocking my socks off. And speaking of socks, let's see what players decided to wear today. We're looking at Metagame. That's what I'm going for.
It was a solid enough transition.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. The commiseration is felt and appreciated. Now, we saw Olympia on stream earlier today. There's only 2 copies in the room, but based on the performance that we got to witness, I'm surprised there aren't more.
Yeah, that Olympia game. Again, I think that right now is the game of the stream thus far. It's rivaled by that Eugene C game we just played, which, by the way, at this point, we're just going to call Rhinar Eugene C. I think that's the new colloquial term. Rhinar is just Eugene. Nevertheless, those 2 games have been absolutely incredible, so go watch both of those back. Olympia definitely put a show on.
Indeed so. And there are Enigmas towards the top end of the table, Briars as well. Phi, at least in our last look at the standings, has fallen by the wayside, was in that X and 1 bracket, still totally survivable, but of course they'll start eating one another.
Well, and Oscilio was up there in droves as well. That is the deck that we talked about at the very open of the show. This has been a deck to really just jump out in front compared to all of these other decks like Briar. We expect, you know, Phi had its time. Now maybe it's Oscilio's time to rise up.
I draw my eyes, of course, as I often do, to the one of copies in the room. The Dead King chain hasn't been seen at the top of the standings, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any Soul Shackle gameplay anytime soon. Alongside Bolton, whose signature weapon Raiden did just receive a downshift specifically so that it'd be playable in Silver Age. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be making the impact that Bolton really needs to rise to the occasion. But I have to talk about the one of Hala, because that is the one that seems to be performing admirably and will be on feature this next round.
Yeah, I can't wait to jump down into it and see it, because I think Hala has a lot of capacity to really do some things people aren't expecting in this format. With all of the sharpen support she's gotten from Mastery Pack Warrior, there are some really crazy lines that you can take with this hero.
It's value, value, value. Such scary numbers spitted out by the Zenith Blade and the Blade Saint of the Vow. And so let's mince words no longer. Let's instead mince swords and draw blood in the deathmatch arena here at Calling Bangkok. It's Ingkarat, Boonyamanond on the left side of your screen and Teoh Juwern on the right side. It is... We're representing Dorinthea, but I believe that is Hala on the left-hand side of the screen, and it is Briar on the right. Now, I believe I have it on good authority that Teoh is the wife of Oo, who we saw previously on stream, and she is a cosplayer as well.
I did not know either of those facts. That's really awesome.
Luckily, they were fed into my brain by producer Ethan. I did not know it up until now either. But it is so cool to see cosplayers and also supportive spouses of great players in the game making their way into the feature match area.
And, you know, casually sitting at 3-1, proving that you got the skills to pay the bills, as well as playing one of the stronger decks in the format in Briar. I mean, she's the queen for a reason. She can do some just degenerate things at times, but sometimes that's all you need to win a game.
Speaking of hilarious and degenerate, I think with this pick, Teoh could find herself very well up against Oo in the tournament and completely destroying her husband when it comes to something like a win-in.
That would be just a hilarious game to watch, and I would love to watch that. But as we see it right now, it's Hala versus Briar. It's sword versus sword. This is not going to be perhaps a long game. It might be more like a knife fight in a bathroom.
Which you would think that favors the Briar, because it's multiple turns of offensive overlap where usually warriors abound, but I would say especially Hala gain their equity by eking out just little extra points of value over the opponent turn cycle after turn cycle.
Well, don't count Hala out as far as the aggression is concerned, because like I said, there's a ton of sharpened support. So let's go ahead and jump down into the game and see what Hala has on offer as the game truly begins. Round 5 here in the Calling Bangkok.
Sword meets sword, blade meets blade, and it is Teoh Juwern on the play. Holding on to Arcanic Shockwave, Bluster Buff, Second Strike, and yet another copy of Second Strike, lest my eyes deceive me. But this Bluster Buff lining up perfectly with a yellow Arcanic Shockwave, so we'll come in for the full base power of 6. We'll not get -1 because it does seem Teoh is paying into that extra resource cost. And 2 cards gestured to the block, as does make sense on turn 0. What doesn't exactly make sense is the overblock of the overpowering.
I think it's playing around the possibility of a lightning press, because remember, Bluster Buff can be lightning pressed. And so if you assume that Bluster Buff is the play, then you also have to assume maybe there's a lightning press in play there, and I can just give this card up. I don't mind. I'm going to redraw.
And for that reason, Bluster Buff is bodacious and bounteous, wouldn't you say?
You know what? I would say that. I would say exactly that, but in less words. So now continuing on to the true start of the game as both players have drawn up. And this is one of those classic moments where a new hero is infused with new power and everyone goes, oh yes, what does that do?
And one of the reasons for the season, the reason you would bring a deck like this to a calling level event, especially so early on in Hala's tenure, because moments like these do gain you equity in droves. When people don't know what you're doing, they don't generally have a game plan for it. So it's Swordmaster's Path plus Edict of Steel. So this will put 2 +1 counters on the Zenith Blade instead of 1, thanks to Swordmaster's Path. There's also a cheeky +3 buff coming from the first non-attack action on this turn. The most important piece of the puzzle, though, the Flurry token generated by Red Edict of Steel. So all of a sudden, these numbers get a little bit bonkers. It is 5 + 3, 8, and then a whopping 5 to follow, just with what is showing. It makes sense here that the arcane piece of choice for Ingkarat is Null Rune Boots, because there are no Valiant Dynamos with which to play in this format.
100% you are going to slot that in some way, shape, or form. I do appreciate the inclusion of the new chest piece as well, Edge Laden Plate, which does allow you to gain that resource. Kind of like the Majestic piece that Hala runs in her Armory deck to be able
Paragon
to take
Plate.
Exactly, to be able to take that counter off, gain the resource. This is sort of like a one-time use version, but notably it also has Battle Worn, which is fantastic into a matchup that wants to push breakpoints.
That extra resource just comes so easily, too, because the one thing that Hala does is sharpen her sword every single turn. Even when she draws up a hand that doesn't do it on its own, she's got a hero ability that gets it done. So that free resource is a foregone conclusion, and because of that Battle-Worn keyword, it can be used when Ingkarat needs it most. So 8 go again, still for Teoh's consideration.
Just an incredible turn 1 draw. Like, this is what you want. You want 8 into 5 at the very least, threatening even more, or at the very least an arsenal.
And you can see how much pain this causes people when it comes crashing in. The Zenith Blade feels like it generates numbers that are blatantly unfair. But if there's one hero that can contend with that fact and do it maybe even a little bit better, it is Briar.
Well, the one consideration, too, is that electing to go first, you put yourself in a position to be the first person to play a 5-card hand. But when the opponent has the true first turn after all draw-ups have happened and now blocking matters, this is where things can get a little awkward, because now you're not really playing an effective 5-card hand. You're playing your best 2 or 3 cards. And now the tempo is firmly in the favor of Hala.
Now, this just in from the coverage desk. Teoh does generally go by Juwern, so that's what we will refer to her as for the remainder of the game. So now Zenith Blade follows up Zenith Blade, this time for 5. And Juwern has taken a blocking stance on that first chain link. Not a single iota of blood dripped so far this game. It's 2 cards plus the full bounty of Blade Beckoner Boots that got in the way. And now Juwern does have to consider another 5 when all is said and done. Looks to be taking that damage. First blood has been drawn. Down to 15 goes our Briar player. But honestly, that's not as bad as it could have been. The retort is the real question that needs to be answered. It is an Arcane Seed's life and a second strike in the hand for Juwern.
A bit of an awkward hand. Depending on the arsenal, maybe this gets a little bit better, but the gain life feels great. Creating 2 rune chants, that's exactly what you want to be doing, and it fulfills that 1/2 requirement of the non-attack action card play to enable the generation of the embodiment of lightning token, and it's going to be just a straight up from the arsenal.
That'd be Static
Yes,
Shock.
thank you. I just totally blanked on Static Shock. Just like the old 90s cartoon, Static Shock coming across, 0 for 4. No go again on this. Lightning Flow is not active.
Unfortunately, so no 1 arcane damage rider coming with the on-hit here for Static Shock. This is very clearly a turn that Juwern wasn't happy with taking a lot of damage for, and so it's just a little bit of setup. Nevertheless, still an effective 2-card 7 play, ultimately. 2 rune chants, 1 life gain, plus 4 physical damage. And that's if you discount the embodiment of Earth that will be left behind.
Not combat damage. So I gonna block this first.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Players just clearing up that the rune chants activated on the play of Static Shock do not generate the embodiment of Earth. It is, of course, the attack action card that must connect. Edge-laden Plate jumps into the fray, likely with another card. I would think that Ingkarat is trying to deny that embodiment of Earth.
I'm also curious if he's thinking about the possibility of another lightning press. Very respected on that previous turn cycle, but he is just going to give the singular block almost, just not even worried about what's, going to, come down the pipeline if it is a lightning press, just giving a 1 block, perhaps because he needs the resource on this turn.
And so now Embodiment of Earth comes out into the arena for Juwern. Back over to Ingkarat, who gave no respect in terms of cards from hand. 15 plays 16, and I think I know why. I see yet another Edict of Steel. But first, it's Cut and Carve. Sharpen, and because it is the red form of Cut and Carve, this will provide Dominate to the next attack of Zenith Blade.
This is one of the most powerful and perhaps underrated cards that Warriors have at their disposal now that we have more synergy with Sharpen in general. Being able to just say, my sword attack now has Dominate. That is massive. It's good for Olympia. It's good here for Hala. It's good for all Warriors, and it's going to be on the menu going forward.
It's also just one of the more cheery artworks in the Warrior card pool. Normally, it's blood, sweat, and gore when it comes down to the art displayed on Warrior cards. In this case, it's just a happy dude cutting some ham.
I would eat that. Yeah.
What are we talking about? 5 going and Dominate now on the Zenith Blade after DMArmada stunlocks me in the booth. That's normally my job.
Hey, man. I do what I can.
All right,
Nevertheless, Cut and Carve, quite good. Also, as we continue to confer damage upon, it is going, wow, actually scratch everything, because there's more to be done as we see the attack reaction come from the arsenal.
Silver Drop Downpour, beefing this Zenith Blade up all the way to 9. Still with Go Again, still with Dominate, but Juwern not taking a blocking posture here because the opponent is just not allowing her to. The follow-up now can be Zenith Blade for a whopping 5. Still very monumental, but not yet threatening lethal unless there's a 0-cost attack reaction in the hand for Ingkarat.
I was going to say, you play Cut and Carve, you have this 5 Dominate, but that doesn't feel almost necessary to really confer the Dominate over. You want to push more damage, and that was the answer. There was a +4 in the arsenal just waiting to do exactly that. And there's finally the lightning press that I think Ingkarat has been playing around or thinking about at the very least over the past 2 turns. Now it's here, but perhaps at a poor time.
Besides, there is a sizzle. I want to say a scar for a scar in the alternate art treatment, a stinging sprite, and then, of course, we know about that second strike in the arsenal. The issue for this hand for Juwern is I don't see 2 copies of non-attack action cards. So Embodiment of Lightning likely not going to be able to be generated. But it is an Embodiment of Earth that dissolves into the air at the beginning of Juwern's turn. 4 plays a massive 15. A life gorge separates these two players.
But remember, this is Briar we're talking about. This is a 4-card plus arsenal turn, and you need to be afraid of that. It was a scar for a scar that is going to come down. Already has go again because of that life deficit. You can play press on this. You can play, you can continue the turn from arsenal. 0 for 4 with go again. That's what this deck does.
Damage accepted right away by Ingkarat. All of a sudden, that second strike is looking so much more potent in Arsenal. Juwern also has the opportunity, yes, to play out this sizzle and cash in the Blossom of Spring for a free Starfall swing. Exactly why that chess piece is there for this once per game play. Will she commit, though? Instead, first, it is second strike, crashing in for a whopping 7 thanks to the beef up from Sizzle and also its own effect now that blood has been spilled.
This is a good reach for the equipment block. This is the time you want to use it. They're each going to block 2 if you add a card from hand, thanks to the Unity keyword, and you are able to cover this cleanly. Now, at this point, you're not too terribly worried about any sort of on-hit, and of course, press can come down, but it's just innocuous 3 damage. At this point, you just want to keep cards in hand and threaten lethal.
Which is exactly what Ingkarat is going to be able to do. Just 2 blocks of equipment and 1 card from hand will cover up this 7 in its entirety. 2 + 2 + 3 is bingo for Ingkarat. Boonyamanond. Now we know about the lightning press and also the stinging sprite in the hand of Juwern. Still has the opportunity, yes, to cash in the Blossom of Spring. She goes for it now. Starfall now continues up this combat chain for 2 go again.
With a life total of 11, I'm pretty sure at this point that Ingkarat can actually just say no blocks the rest of the turn, stay alive. You would have to worry. Now, this is a great arsenal. He had the toe the line. He has one in hand as well. So there's prevention aplenty on this turn. He can just say no blocks and play out another turn, making things very difficult for Juwern.
The flurry tokens are what makes Hala sing, and Ingkarat has not missed a single turn cycle of flurry. Stinging Sprite now coming in for 4 with an additional attack, arcane damage rider. Juwern, even though she is definitely down, not out yet, still seems very cheery in the feature match area. Now, I will say toe the line is a little bit awkward in multiples because, of course, flurry tokens are much like quicken tokens or embodiments of lightning. If you have redundant forms of them, they all crack at the same time on that first weapon swing, and so therefore are useless. What Ingkarat really wants to be able to do here is not block any further and then also pocket that second toe the line for a future turn cycle. It's just generate 1 flurry token every single turn.
Yeah, and he's able to. He's certainly able to do that. It does look like there's a life for a life in the hand on the side of Ingkarat. It is a life for a life. He's considering the toe the line here. Now, I was assuming exactly what you described, that he's going to play out his turn and then arsenal that toe the line. The life for a life creates a strange wrinkle because he's certainly not going to have less life than his opponent. That press is going to help cover some of this, but again, I think he's content to say no and just continue, but this is a little bit of an awkward hand with that life for a life gunking it up rather than that Swordmaster's Path.
So what Ingkarat can do here is activate Hala with the blue, pitch a red, the life for a life, use the edge-laden plate, and still get 2 swings of the Zenith Blade here. One of the value propositions, I think, for Hala is not necessarily even how she utilizes her, nicely curved out red and blue cards hand. It's really the multiple blue hands that really sing in this deck. I mean, when you have a flurry token established, 2 blues equals a whopping 8 damage.
Yeah, it's deceptively powerful, isn't it?
Flurry token is there, and yes, it is Edict of Steel thrown into the pitch zone. Hala tapped, 1+1 counter devoted to the Zenith Blade, and there it is. Edge-laden plate will get cashed in now. On one side of the board, the chess piece equals 2 go again. On the other, it is 4 go again. 4 go again on this Zenith Blade. Flurry token pops, allows a second swing of this sword.
This is representing lethal on the face of it. Of course, this can be followed up, thanks, like you said, to the flurry. So it is going to represent 2 packets of 4 that are going to need to be respected. But what I'm curious about is what this list runs as far as defense reactions are concerned, because there are avenues to kill your opponent on the side of Juwern with arcane damage through defense reactions, through the burn-up shock that we see in the hand there. So there are ways to actually play this out for the next turn cycle and win on the other side of the board.
Now, if you're in Juwern's seat, you might very well be thinking about that burn-up shock or another non-attack action card in the hand as a way to muster up some extra value from the embodiment of Earth. An easy 1-card block win against a Zenith Blade for 4. One thing Juwern hasn't been able to find in this game is copies of Nimblism, which is exactly why in Briar, it's very normal to run these Swift Strike bracers. That is 2 damage that is essentially left on the table, not by Juwern, but by her deck.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing a few turns ago, that just not being able to get the value out of that could spell defeat or victory either way. If you can actually get Swift Strike bracers to go off, then you can find so much extra value. And here's another committed block. Thanks to that embodiment of Earth token, this turn cycle has been value aplenty for both players.
Just goes to show that Briar is the big bad of the meta, not just for what she can do with a 5-card hand on offense, but also those embodiments of Earth, especially when they jive so well with the embodiment of Lightning Claws on her hero card. She can do it as well as she can on offense as she can on defense. And now it's the 2nd copy of Bluster Buff. It's just a 2-card 6. Very middling turn cycles for Briar, but gotta hand it to Juwern. She has been facing down an onslaught, something that you called out in our pre-show before the match, DMArmada.
I love the plays here of Bluster Buff. It just seems so different on the face of it, and yet it just fits, especially if you're running yellow quick successions, which some people are on 1, some people are on 2. But if you're running a couple of yellows in this deck, just having a 2-card 6 play that can also threaten press is fantastic. And it's proving to be a little awkward because you don't want to get to that, precarious life total against a hero that does have instant speed arcane damage.
Fearsome proposition that Rune Blades have been providing to their opponents for so long. Besides the deck building constraint that comes from providing split damage, I mean, no Rune Boots would much rather be a pillar of unity in this case. It is Toe the Line plus a card plus Gauntlets of Unity to block out this Bluster Buff in its entirety. Flurry token once again for Ingkarat, Boonyamanond.
I think the 3-card play here on the side of Ingkarat does include a Scar for a Scar in the mix, which does not have Go again, but it looks like it is just going to be an activation of the hero text, sharpening, and then swinging. Flurry token pays off yet again.
Again, so good. We've talked about inevitability in a lot of these matchups, and Zenith Blade is looking like it can do it just as well as a Decimator Great Axe when you just establish Flurry tokens every single turn cycle. 4 into 4 off of 2 blues just means overcoming this deck in terms of deck damage seems like a null and void proposition.
Well, and keep this in mind as well. On the previous turn cycle, an embodiment of Earth thrived on the board and gave clean blocking patterns on the side of Juwern. And now, without that, because there was no hit on the other side, thanks to Toe the Line, now you're going to take damage. You're going to go to 1.
So all of a sudden, the value of that 2 damage prevention card must be given credence with the Flurry token and also the denial of the embodiment of Earth. And just like the burn-up shock that came before, this one will block, but only for 3. Juwern accepts damage down to a very precarious 2. She's riding Occam's Razor at this point, but right now that Razor looks a lot more like a Zenith Blade. 4 now. No Go again. No additional swing. And now that Juwern has sussed out a little bit more information, probably knows that Ingkarat does not have an attack reaction. Otherwise, it might have been played on the previous chain link. And yes, it is just that last card safely tucked into Arsenal. Juwern down to a measly 1, plays 4, 2 cards in hand.
Now,
a hope and a prayer on her side.
A 2-card 7 is totally possible here. In fact, I think we actually had a nimblism in the hand, which means you get the value off of the gloves like we were talking about. But regardless of what that play is, it is a red nimblism and the pop there. Regardless of that, you kind of have to worry at this point that your opponent is playing blue copies of Steelblade Shunt and you can never swing your sword again.
Okay, and now it is 8 damage here on Stinging Sprite. There will also be 1 arcane damage on attack.
And 1 arcane damage. Yeah.
And this will generate the embodiment of Earth token on connection.
Now, he could choose to pay into it. He's not going to. And at this point, the thing about Hala is you're oftentimes priced into keeping 2 cards to make these 2-card plays. Now, there is 1 card, of course, in the arsenal, so maybe you can block 3 cards and keep a 1-card plus arsenal play. You have a blue. You have a couple of really powerful sharpening tools. You have a, I think it's a Deadly Display. Deadly Display, the +3 attack reaction that you could play and try to win the game with, but you have to meet its requirements, so it's a little awkward in that respect.
There we go. Yes, does seem to be just 2 cards blocked, one of which is a yellow Edict of Steel. Might be the first time that we see Ingkarat stumble when it comes to generating a flurry token, but with a Deadly Display in hand, might just not need it.
Well, at this point, you're going to be asking your opponent to full block you the rest of the game. And if they're not playing Sigil of Suffering, which we haven't seen any copies up to this point, then you're feeling pretty comfortable in doing so.
Connection of Stinging Sprite will leave behind an embodiment of Earth. Back over to Ingkarat. 2 plays 1. 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal is so scary up against Hala.
Well, as you correctly called out, we know that that's not an attack reaction from the side of Juwern because it wasn't played during the last turn. So the question then becomes from her perspective, what is that card? Is it a front pump? Is it some, utility card, or was it just some junk card that got Arsenal to hopefully draw better stuff?
Heck, could it be a Steelblade Shunt?
Could
totally
be,
playable by Hala. Not likely, but still. It's a full card pitched into Hala here. And Deadly Display joins Donkey. Just to send 4? This is definitely not the highest value play. Of course, Ingkarat could have attacked with these. Oh, Deadly Display requires the sword to have been sharpened to get the buff?
Yes.
I see. So I stand corrected here. This is probably the best that Ingkarat could have done, but you see the highs and the lows of Hala. When you are really Hala-in, you get obscene numbers like 2-card 8 on blues.
Well, on that turn, we saw what, 3-card 13?
Exactly. Oh, but Juwern doesn't seem to have the easy non-attack 3-block. Oh, there was an attack reaction.
It was
Never mind,
it's that
Scar
for a
Scar.
Scar from before, and that's actually just going to buy the game. Scar for a Scar comes across. It doesn't even matter about go again. You just have the damage to put forward, and you win the game. Hala takes it down.
We began today, Steven, talking about surprise attack action variants of a lot of decks. We talked about Blaze. We talked about Oscilio. I did not see it coming for Hala. Life for a Life and Scar for a Scar carrying the day against Briar. That was not on my bingo card.
Scar for a Scar has been showing up in so many lists over the past 2 weeks. It's honestly shocking. It is just powerful, and it's clearly one of the best cards you can include, regardless of what hero you play.
Well, heck, if Michael Hamilton is putting it into a Jarl list, then who is anybody in Silver Age to deny the efficacy of that card? So definitely get in on Scar for a Scar early as possible, just like all of the upcoming events that we have coming for you on the World Tour. Early Bird Weekends are the name of the game. Get yourself a free bronze side event voucher whenever you buy your package during Early Bird Weekends, and that goes for every single event that we are going to be running for the remainder of this year. I'm talking Kyoto, August 7th to 9th, alongside Mexico City. Those are the next ones that are coming up. Sydney, Paris, Shenzhen, Wakefield, Portland, and many more to come. Get yours at fabtcg.com/events. And then now, of course, we've got to talk about Calling 100, which has already surpassed its early bird weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy some fantastic flesh and blood out there. It is a huge celebration for the game, and if there's one thing you should come to expect from LSS at this point is that we celebrate milestones. Calling 50 was a big deal. Calling 100 is a big deal, and I bet that Calling 150 is going to be more of the same. That's happening at the beginning of October in Atlanta. Event registration will be opening soon, one day earlier for event package holders. That'll be on August 15th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And then general registration from August 16th at 2 p.m. EST going on. So please set reminders in your calendars because there has been a huge amount of demand for this calling. Be sure to get your registration in earlier rather than later. Set those reminders and be ready because what everybody is hunting is this alternate art Sink Below. The treatment you can see on the right side of your screen, the most macabre representation of Sink Below to date. I am going to be hunting for a playset for sure.
Tomas did an incredible job on that art. And here's the thing, like you can go and try to pick up your copies, but at the same time, you can just go and play in the calling or play in side events and enjoy your time with your friends. I was talking to James White recently in Pro Tour, and I mentioned, you know what? All of this is just an excuse for us to get together and hang out. And you know what? I think it's true. So come on and hang out with us in the calling number 100 in Atlanta.
And because my co-caster said it's all an excuse to hang out, that means we do have to take a short break, but we'll be back with more hanging out and more flesh and blood after this. Calling Bangkok trundles on, and we see high octane and also measured Silver Age action. We've got something for everybody here. Bryce Platz back with Stephen Cookus, Mr. DMArmada, who's giving us all the analysis and the passion behind Silver Age all weekend long. How you been enjoying it so far?
It's been a lot of fun. We've had great games on stream. I mean, I've enjoyed these past 3, perhaps more than any game in recent memory. It's been a blast to watch, and we have another one lined up for you. This one is going to be featuring, a well-known player on a deck that has come out of nowhere over the past few weeks. And to talk more about this, why don't we just present a deck tech? Here, I put together a deck on Oscilio. Now, here's the thing. Oscilio is in an interesting spot because you can build this deck almost like 3 different ways. You have all arcane. You can go tall spells. You need a blue base for that. You need, like Comet Storm Shock, so on and so forth. You can go a counter burn strategy where you lean heavily on like Cosmic Sutures and Voltic Veils, to try and prevent and keep everything in front of you while pinging on your opponent's side of, the board, if you will. Just pinging and pinging and pinging until you can like push over the top. Or you can do your best Briar cosplay. And that's what I have here for you. I tried to thread the needle between a couple of those play styles and give you something that you can kind of latch onto if you're a Briar player. If you want 0 for 4s with impunity, if you want to punish your opponent for running too many arcane barrier pieces, this is what you've got. But it doesn't just stop there, because while we do run Ravenous Rabbles, Scar for Scar, Second Strike, cards you would expect to see, we also have a nice package of arcane damage. You've got your Comet Collisions, you've got your Meteoric Impact. You also have a couple of those defensive pieces in the sideboard. And we even threw in, and I threw in, because I'm still tinkering with this deck.
Involved.
I'm literally still tinkering with this deck. I threw in the Save the Thought Tap Lessons Past package to play into Fatigue, which I think is really necessary if we're going up against Oldham or anything that wants to take us long.
I appreciate you, Stephen, kind of leaning into all 3 facets of Oscilio, because if you watch the coverage from Pro Tour Las Vegas, we saw 3 completely different Oscilios make top 8. Majin Bay on a true to form full arcane package. Alexander Vore doing the counter burn thing with Third Eye of the Sphinx, Plutonic Star Plate. And then, of course, Felipe Lima Cardoso packing the Gone in a Flash version. And honestly, all 3 of those archetypes seem alive, both in Classic Constructed and Silver Age.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the really interesting thing about Oscilio, because you buy percentage points in every matchup because your opponent doesn't know what you're doing. Because they don't know how to sideboard most effectively, you can just get that little edge that you need to win the game. I mean, we can still leverage Lightning Press. We can still play 1 Chromatic and, get the value off of a red arcane spell. Like, there are so many things that this deck can do that it's hard to really pin down what your opponent's doing when they sit down and reveal Oscilio. That's the benefit that we get playing this hero. It's arcane, it's physical damage, and it's all hidden.
Now, it's going to be a difficult task for the opponent of Oscilio in this game to figure out just what's going on, because that opponent in the Oscilio pilot seat is none other than Team Super Armory's Justin Koo. And we did see his teammate, Jacob Clements, on round 1 feature, utilizing that counter burn strategy, something that I didn't expect from Jacob, honestly. Multiple copies of Cosmic Suture. So I do wonder if it's going to be a similar stance for his friend and cohort, Justin.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. That was much more of a tall arcane version of the list, and I'm curious to see if that's where this leans, or if this is more Aurora-pilled, as it were. But let's go ahead and jump down and take a look at the action as we launch into round number 6, the penultimate round, one might say.
One might say that indeed. So not a lot of flesh and blood left to be played, but it's going to be played very well thanks to Narin, Leelaporn, and Justin Koo on either side of the match. Justin did decide to go first, which does kind of hint at a tall arcane strategy. Maybe someone like that is utilizing multiple Scar for Scars, Entwined Lightnings, that kind of thing, would like to set up that first tempo snatching turn against a Briar, but in this case, I think Justin is going to try to snipe the life total early and often. We know Oscilio very well, has that once per turn instant. able to fix the hand by discarding an instant card and drawing a card, something that can be somewhat inefficient in the long game. But this game ain't gonna go long. Am I right, Steven?
No, this is going to be another one of those barn burners we've been talking about. So let's go ahead and kick it off and see how this plays. You mentioned Oscilio choosing turn 1 could indicate Tall Arcane. Let's see if that's how it ends up being drawn up. But it also could indicate that, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes you just want to be the first player to get to that 5-card hand. And oftentimes, you can maybe bank on a little bit of the fail state from the Briar of drawing a, you know, middling 4-card hand, even though, of course, they can sometimes just go insane. Maybe it's just a middling 4-card hand. So maybe you're playing for the arsenal on this turn 1 as well. Turn
it's immediate activation of Oscilio, discarding away a Cosmic Suture. Cosmic Flare also played out, essentially as a blue, and all of a sudden, Chorus of Amphitheater is thrown out onto the combat chain, amped up not just by Volzar Meteor Storm, but the discard of another Chorus of Amphitheater. Not the best turn, I think, that Justin could have hoped for, but it's still a little bit of arcane damage there that'll sneak through to the life total of Narin.
Yeah, you've almost never see Chorus of the Amphitheater be activated in discard and then played. What a strange draw up. It's an unfortunate draw because you would, of course, love, especially when you're revealing multiple blues in a hand, you'd love to have just a red spell. Instead, it's Chorus into Arsenal Pass. And now, of course, we have the true 4-card hand, and it starts with a burn-up shock. That is not a middling start to your turn.
Now, listen, this is something that Justin could defend out, especially because Narin is not on a full 5-card hand, but all of a sudden, very different to our Briar in the previous feature match. The nimbleism is there immediately.
Only 1 attack action card, though. 3 non-attacks, meaning that this turn actually is relatively punchless to a degree, I guess, for whatever that means for Briar, relatively punchless. But there's also the possibility of some defensive plays on the side of Justin Koo. We saw on the very first turn, turn 0, there was a Cosmic Suture yellow that made its way off of the discard of Oscilio, so maybe there's another one now in the arsenal.
Right now, what Justin Koo is considering is, of course, the shock portion of this meld card. 1 arcane damage comes for the face. It is 2 yellows, 2 Constella cards, mind you, non-blocking cards. And then we do have, is that an Absorb and Aether second from the bottom?
It looks like an Absorb and a Cosmic Flare. So this hand blocks for 4. It can deal a lot of arcane damage on the back end, actually, but it does not block well.
Now, the boon to Justin in this case is, of course, Voltic Vanguard and Twinkle Toes. 2 pieces of equipment that will get 2 defensive value, which is honestly a huge victory for Wizards overall. Used to getting 1 or maybe 2 value on their equipment, and this are, you know, quote-unquote lower-powered format in Flesh and Blood. Those 2 are pieces that could help this turnout, this defensive turnout, in a big way. Now, Path of Same Ends will offer 1 point of arcane damage again for Justin Koo, but he really wants to be covering up that burn-up portion. If this touches Justin at all, it'll be another whopping 4 arcane to follow. 11 on this Path of Same Ends. I'm not feeling great about Justin's prospects of covering this up. Granted, it's technically on board with Unyielding Grip, Voltic Vanguard, and Twinkle Toes, and Absorbent Aether.
I mean, this is what, a 4-card 17 off the rip on a turn 1. Now, of course, you're employing a piece of equipment to do this, but this is just straight up. That is a lot of damage that you're being, you know, faced with.
And now, because Narin has not utilized the Blossom of Spring for something like a Starfall or to hedge on this Path of Same Ends not getting go again, Justin did have the opportunity to go ahead and cover up that arcane damage ping. And here we go. It is Unyielding Grip. And I did happen to spy that arsenal. It's a Cosmic Suture. This very well could be a blocked out burn-up shock.
Yeah, when you discard a yellow Cosmic Suture and then play Chorus Pass, you're kind of priced into assuming that it's probably a defensive piece. So it being red Cosmic Suture makes a ton of sense, and it's going to combo really nicely after playing this Cosmic Flare with that Starfall that is going to trigger here. This is also going to block for 4, the Absorb, a fantastic little shout that gives an extra 4 block. So far, we're going to be blocking 11 once the hand is empty, and we're going to be sending a good chunk of Arcane.
Now, if you have been hearing us say this archetype counter burn over and over again, and you're a little bit confused. This is the quintessential counter burn turn. Justin Koo went into this turn with 3 non-blocking cards in hand, technically a non-blocking card in arsenal. He's going to be able to block out all of this damage and also chip away at his opponent while he does it. That is counter burn.
Yeah. And then this is 11.
Easy peasy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Is exactly what Justin Koo is doing on this turn cycle. It's 4 from Cosmic Suture, 4 from Absorbent Aether, 3 from Unyielding Grip, total of 11. And now Narin did have the opportunity to send Starfall first by popping Blossom of Spring, as Burn Up Shock is technically a lightning card.
Use this.
He's going to do it now because he knows that the hand is face up and he's buying a piece of equipment in doing so. Now, of course, thankfully, Justin does have the ability to just prevent 2 damage, but trading one piece of equipment for another when you are an aggro deck, you might just be totally content to do that because you know the next time you draw Burn Up Shock, it's going to be that much harder to stymie.
And when the dust settles, Justin Koo has only taken 2 points of damage from arcane damage pings and now has yet another 5-card hand locked and loaded to continue the onslaught. Ominous Excavation discarded immediately to the Oscilio hero ability in response to this Ravenous Rabble, which has revealed a red stinging sprite on the top of the deck. 4 go again now, 11 plays 16.
I love starting off with Ravenous Rabble when you're sitting in the Briar seat. It's a seat I've sat in frequently. It's a great deck to play for those that have never played Briar. Highly recommend it. Go pick up the precon. It's a fantastic precon to start with. But starting with Ravenous Rabble reveals nothing about what you plan to do going forward. It puts all of the mental load on your opponent to try and figure out, what do I need to think about? What do I need to worry about? Is Snatch at the end of this turn? Every time I play against a Briar, I'm always thinking about where Snatch ends up landing because that can honestly like break the game wide open. So this is fantastic start.
Because we have the omniscient power of hand cams, where do you think this turn goes with a Rush of Power, Nimblism, and Lightning Surge?
I mean, I'm looking at Lightning Surge always going to the arsenal from this point. I could honestly see us just play the other 2 cards and try to net that value just out of them directly. You could try to pitch 1 and swing for the Starfall, but you're losing a point of value. A card could convert for 3, convert it for 3. Don't just send it for 2 unless this is some long game play, which is clearly not going to be there.
Indeed so. The life totals are dripping away, and Nimblism plus Rush of Power is going to continue that trend. Justin Koo, after saying no block on that Ravenous Rabble, did find himself a random ponder draw of Ominous Excavation in the arsenal. I'm seeing Strike twice.
You would love to employ this Absorbent Aether and try to get some pings going forward. Strike twice can't be played unless we've dealt arcane damage, and we just don't have a way to do that on this turn. This is the issue that I've had with Oscilio, is that sometimes your hands are just perfect and everything lines up, and then sometimes you just get these 2-card plays that are like, I could maybe hold on to these, but the rest of this hand just doesn't do much of anything. Like, please send arcane damage so that I can get value off of the the instance in my hand.
And technically, Rush of Power could convey a point of arcane damage and turn on the arcane polarity, but Justin would have to allow it to hit, which he seems to be doing. Down to 5, but not for long, because 1 arcane damage ping means an arcane polarity can gain 4 life instead of a measly 1.
And then, I was at 12 before this, right?
Yeah, you were at 12.
Yeah.
A confirmation of life totals from our Thai player and our Filipino player. Arcane Polarity now fixes the score up to 9 plays 11 as we go into the affirmative turn of Justin Koo, who activates Oscilio immediately, discarding Sigil of Foresight.
A very blue. It's just a blue in the deck. It's an instant that you can discard. It creates a ponder token. It doesn't do much for you in general. Nevertheless, what it does allow after discarding here is to try and filter the hand and eventually maybe play this strike twice with the buff on it, because we, of course, played or discarded an instant, allowing the amp and the 4 arcane, which is very difficult to prevent. Of course, all of these Briar decks nowadays are running AB1, Spell Void 1. That is about it. And then some of them are really respecting wizards, and they're playing like red Cloud Cover, and that's about it. Everything else, maybe they slot in a polarity. Sometimes they don't because they just want to go all face. This type of play of just sticking to tall arcane is one way to close the matchup out.
And nevertheless, it does buy a card from Narin. Unfortunately, unable to convert this rush of power that is in the pitch zone. On offense, it would seem. Ominous Excavation out of the arsenal into the arena for Justin Koo. Will be able to fetch an instant card from the bin, put it on the bottom of the deck. No aura tokens. Auras have been destroyed for Justin Koo on this turn, though, so no Ponder token will be left in Ominous Excavation's place.
That would be absolutely fantastic if that were the case. Unfortunately, it's not.
Still, one card left in hand. I believe the random draw off of discarding away the other copy of Ominous Excavation remains in the hand.
There was a world there where you could have maybe played Sigil of Forethought on the end of your opponent's turn, have that pop. That gets you the extra value of the Ponder, but you also just don't end up knowing really what you're going to end up draw into. And so that card that's in hand is essentially the Ponder token itself.
Will be Narin's turn once the shuffling and cutting is all taken care of. Both of these players sit at 4-1, very squarely in contention for top 8 on day 2. You would much rather go into day 2 at an X-1 record than X-2. If you're X-2, you are fighting for your life with every single round. Lightning Surge now squarely placed in the arsenal in the previous turn cycle, out on the combat chain now, and provided go again because it came from Arsenal. 7 plays 9. Life totals barely in the lead for Justin Koo.
That's a fantastic place to be, though. I mean, when your opponent's giving you one card on pitching, no less, and then they start with, of course, a 4-card hand starting with Lightning Surge with go again. That is a little scary, but Justin Koo has another absorb in the arsenal, so you have the ability to stop some of this damage, and he is going to do that. The question is, can he get the value off of the extra? Because Absorb in Aether is an underrated card in that it's a 1-for-4 on defense, but it gives an extra 2 points of value, so it becomes a 1-for-6 if you can leverage the arcane portion of its effect. So that's the real question. Is he going to actually try to get that, or is this just a below-rate 2-card 4 block?
I do see a Constella, Contemplation, and a Flashbolt, 2 cards that could take advantage of Absorb and Aether's effect, thereby turning it into the wizard form of a Steelblade Shunt. It is Arcanic Shockwave to follow this Lightning Surge, likely fused, I would imagine, because there is a Stinging Sprite and a Lightning Press in hand, but I would think Narin wants to hold back the Lightning Press for the surprise factor.
This can represent 8 damage on the resolution of it. 4 from the attack, 1 from the arcane ping. I would assume he revealed. Perhaps not.
I would have thought so.
I'm going to cast this.
But there is a Flashbolt played out by Justin Koo. So 5 arcane damage, including the arcane damage beefer upper Absorb in Aether.
Now, he does have casual lethal here in the sense that, you know, if all game actions are passed, then Narin would die. But keep in mind there's Spell Void 1 on the board. So even if he just fully commits to dropping the hand, Yuzu still have to play from a point of the opponent being at effectively 8.
And being that Arcanic Shockwave will not have go again, Narin will be left with a redundant card even if he plays out the Lightning Press in hand. Stinging Sprite would still be there to provide Arcane Barrier 1. But you're right, Steven. The numbers do favor Justin in terms of representing, at the very least, lethal. Stinging Sprite will go into the pitch zone, block 1 of this 5 arcane damage. Twinkle Toes popped immediately. Arcane Twining gets in the way of Arcanic Shockwave. The majority of that damage covered up.
Now keep in mind, Twinkle Toes can apply across the rest of the turn, so it can soak up the point of damage from the arcane that comes from Arcanic Shockwave, and it can also cover 1 and 3 alongside of the Twining block. And that just means it's going to be an arsenal of that Lightning Press. Not choosing to push it over the edge, there was no benefit outside of just the extra damage, and he is going to try and just continue the onslaught on that turn, holding the press. Now asking the question, do you want to stop that?
Well, because Justin Koo did go ahead and play out that Constella Contemplation in response to the combat chain closing. So 2 arcane damage for Narin's consideration. It doesn't kill him and does, like you said, offer the opportunity to deploy the Lightning Press in retort.
It puts him dangerously close, though, because now every single point of arcane damage that comes across from like a Cosmic Suture, any Starfall trigger at this point, if he just takes this, then any Starfall trigger means a full card from hand that you have to pitch to stop your eventual death.
And any amount of arcane damage that comes in for more than 2 equals exactly death.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, but we've seen a couple of those
Yeah, not one.
effects from Justin this game.
Correct. Yes, we have multiple Cosmic Sutures have been played to this point.
Yeah.
The
My
draw
turn
up
is
the
one.
arsenal of that Lightning Press, and then the Ponder is going to trigger and give a random card to our Oscilio player. So often known as a Gravy player in CC. Not playing Gravy here, perhaps for good reason, but let that not dissuade us from enjoying the display that is being put here.
Yeah, seems right at home with an Elemental Wizard.
1 plays 9. Everything is death.
Narin Leelaporn, just like the Briar we saw last round, balances on the precipice of death. A tragic slip is not even close to what is needed for Justin Koo to carry the day. Who, by the way, does indeed have arcane damage effects. No instant speed ones, though.
No, but this is actually a fantastic hand to just try and
Huge.
block 2 and then just get to your turn and close it out. Because when you have something like Aether Sling, a 1 for 4, you are totally content to just try and survive and then say, I win the game, you can't do anything about it.
Now, I would say that for Narin, he has the opportunity to push a good amount of damage, but there's an arcane polarity there. And when you're at 1, it's not ideal.
No,
Why is
this-
that?
This is the worst case scenario to draw Arcane Polarity. This is a card you put in so that you can see it on turn 0 and turn 1 and make your wizard opponent cry.
Yeah.
Instead, you see it right now, and it can only ever effectively gain you 1 life because you can't take 1 to gain 4 with it.
Now, if Narin had
You have 2
something like an
markers.
Arcane Seed's life in this hand, then it might be back on the table, but that's, again, only if Justin sends instances of 1 Arcane. And here we go. 2 cards blocked with immediately, Meteoric Impact and Comet Collision. Justin just wants to hold on to 2 cards so he can send a meaningful amount of Arcane damage and slam this door for sure. Right now, 1 damage is leaking over. No more defensive equipment available for Oscilio.
I like that Justin is going through the graveyard, trying to determine which attack actions could be representative of the hand. Keep this in mind. This is just 7 go again, and it will continue. The onslaught will continue until morale improves. There's 2 cards, and he's looking for press as well. Hasn't seen a single press, so you know there's a high likelihood. So the chances of him holding on to these 2 cards, plus whatever that random arsenal was, kind of slim, even though he's sitting at 9.
So if Lightning Press is deployed here, that would be effectively 4 points over what Justin is offering, down to 5. Then, in the hand, we do have a Lightning Surge, an additional 4, only reducing Justin down to 1. Although, offering Narin to do some wizard cosplay and draw up a burn-up shock and slam the door on Justin Koo. It's an outside chance, but it is a chance. And that, of course, assumes that Justin takes all of this damage.
Yeah, I think he's really deciding how he wants to deploy this Lightning Press on the other side as well, because and this is all on the blocking portion, so he's still deciding on Justin Koo's side. But how to play out the Lightning Press is a point of contention, because you could play it here, and you could say, well, you're actually going to take this much damage, and then it makes blocking a little bit more clear for Justin. So holding it back does also seem fortuitous, playing it on perhaps a Lightning Surge, or maybe you think you can make it another turn, and you can arsenal the Lightning Surge to try and put together a miracle.
What do you think about the prospect of playing out the Lightning Press, pitching away the Arcane Polarity, and sending Starfall?
I could see that, but you're just so open. I guess either way, you're open to any amount of arcane damage just coming across and finishing the game. You have a little bit of protection in the Spell Void, and he is just going to play it here to clear the arsenal, perhaps, and set him up and just say, do your worst. Otherwise, I'll Arsenal Lightning Surge. Perhaps that's the play.
Because at this point, if I'm in Narin's seat, I want to play to my outs, obviously. And we have seen a potential one in that Justin does have arcane damage, but no instant speed arcane damage. So my thought is, yes, pitch this arcane polarity away, because right now it's almost a liability in the hand. At least I can convert it to 2 points of damage. And if Justin is only holding on to those action speed arcane effects, maybe, just maybe, I can strip the hand and pull the miracle together next turn.
Well, this is interesting because the card pulled off the Ponder is turned to Mindfire, which means all he has to do is price himself into keeping the blue, which means he can give the 2 block on Aether Sling to this, but then he has to commit the final card. That's the problem. We know that the 0 for 4 is following this.
Yep.
And the Starfall here may not threaten lethal, but the following card will certainly. So he's not going to be able to hold on to this.
Now, granted, this is still a situation that favors Justin Koo. All he has to do is wait for another instant speed arcane effect. But at least in this case, Narin is not dead on Oscilio's next turn.
Agreed.
2 go again. Still on the combat chain, Justin Koo tries to gaze the ages. It's a 2 block in hand and a 3 block in hand. Aether Sling and a blue. And then, of course, the turn to Mindfire. Lying in wait. The kill shot, locked and loaded, hanging above Briar's head.
I think he's going to do the right thing. I think you give the 2 on the Starfall. You see what they send. If they send a 0 for 4, then you're content to give the 3. You live at 3. They can't really shock you out of existence because they've already, expended 1.
Something that I definitely think would have caught Justin Koo's eye, thumbing through the graveyard of his opponent. Yes, the Aether Sling is there. Justin doesn't want to give it. It's one of those classic situations in Flesh and Blood where you know what you have to do, you just don't want to.
Well, the other option doesn't even play, so, not blocking the Starfall, taking 2, going to 2, and then blocking the blue still doesn't get you the ability to play out the turn to Mindfire. So oh wait.
No blocks.
Oh, maybe he was calculating from a different perspective. Okay, he's going to take the 2.
Down to 2 goes Justin Koo.
He's going to see a 0 for 4, and then he's going to have to give both cards.
And there it is. Yes, so losing 1 point of value here is Justin Koo. Is it going to be enough, though, for Narin Leelaporn at this juncture? Round 6. The penultimate round here at day 1 coverage of Calling Bangkok. And boy, has it been an exciting way to round this day out.
A bit of a miscalculation leaves him at 2, which is more fragile than, of course, being at 3. Let's see the draw up on both sides.
There's a Cosmic Suture. There's a strike twice. There is instant speed arcane damage from Justin Koo. Narin on the other side of the board has got a lot of reds. None of which have natural go again.
No, he has no go again outs here. He literally has 2 for 7 and 2 AB plus the Spell Void on the board.
So small saving grace that if Justin decides to use instant speed arcane damage, then Narin will be insulated from it. At least here he can bluff another lightning press.
Exactly. That was exactly what I was going to say as well. At the very least, you're telling your opponent you're going to need to consider lightning press or you're going to go to X and 2.
Snatch for 7 thanks to Sprout Strength. Narin, had he been able to get himself another non-attack action card, this could have been coming in with Go Again.
Now, Cosmic Suture was what we're angling towards, and we have the Strike Twice as well, but that's going to be a difficult thing to combo because the Strike Twice looks for you to play it if you've dealt arcane damage, but the Flash Bolt is a true payoff here as well.
Flash Bolt is just dead-so, unless I'm not seeing something. Justin
Spell Void 1 plus 2 plus 1 arcane. Plus, now at this point, with he's dead on board thanks to the Volzar activation.
Justin does have to think, of course, about multiple copies of Arcane Seed's life. Not a single one has been played from Narin yet, but ultimately...
Cloud cover as well, because cloud cover is being added into Briar lists to try and combat both Oscilio and Blaze. That's another consideration to make. And you just don't want to leave yourself open to dying on the spot. But at the same time, you've got yourself a couple of arcane pings.
The key to playing Wizard, at least if you ask Majin Bey, is always patience. Wait for the last moment before firing the kill shot. It's the games you lose are the ones where you pulled the trigger just a little bit too soon.
Which is why we saw him so reticent to, block on that sword swing on the last turn, because he had everything he needed.
Right.
If it were a 3-power attack that came, but it was a 4, so he had to give the hand.
2 cards blocked with now. Strike twice and Aether Sling. Total of 5 blocks on this 7, which means that Justin Koo is still dead on board as blocks stand.
Working.
Flashbolt for Arcane with Volzar Meteor Storm. Narin can't do anything about it. He's just going to look through the hand and make sure. But this one is definitely going down in the ages as another victory for Justin Koo. The Constellate Intelligence is a very different visage than he normally wears. 2 arcane damage blocked here. Down to -1 goes Narin Leelaporn, and Justin Koo, again, as he has done so many times before, usually on the back of a gravy boat, this time in the hands of Oscilio.
Wow, that was a great display of how Counterburn functions in this format, and against the best hero, no less. That's exactly how you want to play that matchup, and it drew up nicely for him, and he played it to the T. That was, I mean, as good as it gets for Oscilio.
Now, the classic school of thought you would think for countering Briar is doing that counter burn strategy, but also with a little smattering of disruption. I'm looking at you, Icelander, but in this case, Oscilio seems to just be the best at Aurora cosplay, at counter burn, and also at tall arcane. But put a pin in that because your girl, Blaze, is up next. We'll see if she is up to what the opponent is putting down. But first, we do have to have a little word about Silver Age, because that's what we've been talking about all weekend long. Chapter 3 Chapter 3 constructed decks are now available for purchase. We're talking about Blaze the Firemind, not legal in this format until now. Lyeth Goldmane gets a little bit of love. Bolton, as we mentioned, has that downshifted Raiden so that it is playable in Silver Age. The big bad, Briar, she's there. Lightning Press and Burn Up Shock in tow. And Gravy Bones is also there, now sporting a little card called Cash In. But as you've been talking about DMArmada, is it enough for him?
I think he's in a fantastic spot depending on the metagame. That's really the hinge point for Gravy Bones. Depending on the metagame, he can actually do some great things. But I do want to point out that these decks are incredible. If you are just getting into Flesh and Blood, or you want to get a friend into Flesh and Blood, look at that Briar deck. Look at that Blaze deck. Those things are powerful. If you want to just put down 25 damage out of nowhere, look at Bolton. Bolton with a Flurry token and V of the Vanguard with Battlefield Blitz from Arsenal, or Duty Bound Blitz, excuse me, can do insane things. I've been blown up. And then Lyeth can be played in 2 different ways, 2 very distinct different ways, with just a couple of tweaks of that pre-constructed deck. These are fantastic products. You could just go pick one up and immediately start playing.
It's your $20 ticket to the World Tour. And now featuring brand new heroes and weapons, at least when it comes to the Silver Age format. Blaze Firemind and Raiden Duskbane are there and ready for you to pick up at your local game store, which is a place you'll be at anyway, because you'll be competing in Skirmish Season 15. Get out, play some Silver Age, and enjoy its brand new facets and the old guard of the format as well. Experience Flesh and Blood in the most economic and not necessarily not high-powered format. 25 damage sounds like CC numbers.
Yeah, it can be very potent and very powerful. We've talked about this, and we've seen it on display today already. So, yeah, it's definitely got some legs. This format is definitely pretty potent.
Potent and powerful is the name of the game, especially for Blaze Firemind, who is locked and loaded, ready for your viewing pleasure when we come back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Aether Spindles and Aether Slings. Oh my. Finally, Blaze Firemind is gracing our eyes. Bryce Platz back with Steven DMArmada Cookus, and we are so ready to talk some Wizard, aren't we?
I'm so ready to talk about Blaze. I have been waiting all day to
Felt
talk
like a weight
about
was lifted
Blaze.
off your chest.
You don't understand how much I love this hero. This is my #1 hero in this format. I have played this deck so much. Too much, probably too much. I could talk your ear off. I could write full-on diatribes and manifestos about how I feel about it, but I could just give you the deck list as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's
I
talk
implore
about
you. Talk my ear off, brother.
This is my actual deck that I'm probably taking on Wednesday to my skirmish. This is the one I've been playing, and I've been talking about ad nauseum for, at this point, almost 2 years. It has gone through that many iterations, and it all hinges upon how good this hero can be when paired with Absorb and Aether. I play 4 Absorb and Aethers. I think everyone should play 4 Absorb and Aethers. I can't stress strongly enough. We win games when we see and resolve Absorb and Aether yellow and red. And so we play all of those. We play all copies of Emeritus Scolding. At this point, this has actually become a full-on staple. So many people were not playing yellow Emeritus Scoldings until me and like 2 other players said everyone needs to play yellow Emeritus Scoldings. Look, it wins games. Honestly, the yellow is the best card in the deck. Yellow Emeritus Scolding is insane, and those that haven't tried it, just try it. You'll find out very quickly. Outside of that, it's just Tall Arcane. We have some really cool little interactions with Dampen. I include both red and blue Dampens because it allows us to essentially play the Oscilio game plan into a Briar who wants to try and threaten Burn Up Shock on us. You know, they send Burn Up Shock and we just dampen it and completely stop the Burn Up trigger. We can also do that against all other wizards, so Dampen has great play across the board. And I know you're eyeing it right now, but we do include 4 attack actions. For Dromai, we include 4 attack actions that have utility wide ranging into fatigue decks. Of course, 2 of those being the mainstay, Fiandel's Fighting Spirit, but 2 of them being Tongue-Tied. And if you had to Google Tongue-Tied, there it is. You don't even need to bother because it says when this hits a hero, turn a card in their arsenal face up and then banish an instant card. Who would ever put an instant in their arsenal against a wizard? Well, that'd be anyone that plays any of those stupid cards that got printed called Arcane Polarity or Oasis Respite or Steadfast or any of that junk. So we just get that out of there by playing Tongue-Tied. And yes, we even splash in a Time Snap potion so that we can leverage fatigue games and play 2 attacks on a single turn, pitch stacked into Emeritus plus Snapback to try and win the game.
That you've made a hugely awesome pitch for Blaze Firemind. There is one interaction I want to highlight here because it was kind of getting people when Blaze first came out. Nucleus Aetherbolt. Now, this card has 3 arcane damage printed on it, but technically, when it connects with a hero, you may tap your Blaze Firemind and deal 1 additional arcane damage. Why is this significant with Blaze specifically?
In the same way that Emeritus Scolding deals 3 damage on your turn or 5 on the opponent's turn, because both of those deal damage clauses are printed on the card, you can select the number of counters you want to take off of Blaze, banish it for that amount, and then play it. So because Nucleus Aetherbolt has the 3 arcane damage and the 1 arcane damage printed on the card, you can select 1 counter, take 1 counter off the hero, and fire that for 1. And it wins games.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to cover that because that could very well be the way that our ultimate game ends here at Calling Bangkok. So we're going to be done with theory crafting and working out interactions. Instead, we're going to let the proof be in the pudding and with the players. Will it be tapioca? Will it be chocolate? We'll get on down to the feature match area. But before that, I want to leave you with one more word. Stay active in chat because we really want to give away a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. I've already got my drinking buddy in the booth, but you got to get yours by staying active in chat. So type away about whatever the heck you want while we are going through this last match, but be sure to do so that you can be in the running. All right, enough business. Now let's get down to the business in the feature match area for the last time today at Calling Bangkok. It's Sigurdur oh my goodness. I am so sorry for butchering your name, but it is epic because those are some D's I've never seen before. I'm going to go with Sigurdur is his first name, and that's where I'm going to let it stand. And then a oft-forgotten hero in Silver Age, it's Dash in the IE form, but the OG Dash in her young printing in the hands of Sarwyn. Thailand on one side, both players X and 2, and it does seem our Dash player has elected to go first, hinting to me that there may very well be a Teklo Pounder. Wait, no, that is not playable, right? That's a Majestic.
No.
We're looking at, let me guess.
It would be Hyperdriver.
It would be Hyperdriver.
That's right. Down. But oftentimes Dash, just as most aggros do, want to have a 5-card hand, and they can also try to push damage over the top. In fact, I would say that a vast majority of games played against Blaze Firemind, those opponents will put Blaze going second, which is wrong. because Blaze should be getting value on turn 0 and then drawing up and dealing damage. But, I mean, who am I to judge? I would just be happy to try and deal you damage on your turn. Either way, when this matchup was displayed, I knew we had Blaze. I didn't know what the opponent was. When I saw Dash, so much PTSD just flashed inside my mind. Playing this matchup in Blitz from the Kano perspective was miserable. But it is a little bit better for Blaze than it was for Kanos of old. Dash can still put a ton of damage out, but we have the ability to play Absorb an Aether and push some damage of our own. So let's see how this all plays out.
Both of these players are definitely going to be trying to go fast, but in very different ways. One will literally be boosting through their deck, a prospect that likely won't have any implications, at least in this game, because one of these players is going to be dead before it's all over, and you can see exactly how offensive Sigurdur is trying to be with Talishar, the Lost Prince, in the weapon slot. Only can you swing this weapon 3 times before it succumbs to rust counters, but each time you do, it's 2 resources for 4 points of damage. A very efficient weapon if you plan for a short game.
This is going to be all gas, no brakes. Our opponent did not present AB3. Instead, they're presenting AB1 on the boots and Prevention on the head. And that's it. This is going to be... I think this is scarier for the Blaze than if it was just a standard AB3 loadout, because Embryo-based Vizier has Arcane Barrier 1, but it also has the ability to prevent 1 point of damage. That's the key thing that is terrifying, is it plays almost like Briar with Spell Void 1 on the head, and that is something you don't want to see on the side of Blaze. But let's look at the equipment suite, because this is oftentimes kind of tells us how this is going to play out as well. We do not have Seeker's legs or Seeker's arms, which means we're not really trying to get a ton of value on turn 0. So in that instance, putting our opponent, from the Dash perspective, putting our Blaze opponent on turn 1 is actually the better play, because they're not going to get true damage over you, because they're likely playing attack actions, and that's exactly what we saw drawn up. 2 attack actions on the other side of the field over there for the Blaze Firemind.
Sigurdur now X and 2, both of these players playing for their tournament lives right here and now on day 1. A flag on Sigurdur's side of the board, by the way, is Iceland, one of my favorite countries in the entire world. Otherworldly it is, so very happy that Sigurdur has found his way out to Thailand. It is a long way from home, but still a beautiful country nonetheless.
The pop of Talismanic Lens here is going to allow the Opt 2, which confers 2 counters onto Blaze. Then the look at the hand. I believe this is, I guess, in response to some sort of a pass from the opponent.
Or I think maybe, it was a pass.
Or maybe we actually have Blaze on turn 0 playing this out, in which case this hand is actually fantastic for that, because Scar for a Scar is going to have natural going. It is indeed going to be that. So Scar for a Scar 4 with Go again is immediately going to threaten the life total of Sigurdur on Dash.
So apologize, folks. We mixed up which player would be going first, but all good. It is sorted for your viewing pleasure now. 4 Go again on this Scar for a Scar will meet Outpace in the hands of our man from Iceland. 1 damage will come across the line, down to 19. First blood is drawn. The follow-up likely to just go ahead and be, 2 cards pitched, turn to Mindfire, thrown out into the arena. And all of a sudden, Sarwin gets to present a heck of a lot of damage and also set up a 5-card hand for the next turn.
Yep, that is 100% correct. And this is a fine way to start your game and sort of play out as Blaze. Now, Blaze has pivoted recently into a more attack action build, using Scars, using Ravenous Rabble's main boarding, like Fjendal's Fighting Spirits. There's the creation of the Ponder. That means that things get a little bit more brittle for building up those opt counters and trying to, set up a good turn. Oftentimes, you keep Talismanic Lens for a turn where you want to send Ravenous Rabble for guaranteed 4 with Go again. Instead, a pop early on to try and fix this hand.
Now over to our Dash player, who was red-locked in their own right, it would seem. Did have to devote 2 cards to the Arcane Barrier available to them. in order to stymie at least a little bit of the offense from turn to Mind Fire. Now, Blaze Firemind's ability is ultimately quite simple. However, it does require an entire paragraph on the card to explain what it does, so no shade thrown to Sigurdur for having to take a look at that one. Now, the hand does seem cooperative now for our Dash.io player. 2 blues, however, are in the hand. Although one of the best converting blues in the game, Tekla Trebuchet 2000, is going to be what leads off this turn. 2 go again, but 2 more added to the next attack boosted.
It's such an incredible blue as just a 0 cost that confers the buff. It feels like a Phi card in essence, being able to sort of spill that damage over as 2 is being considered, and it looks like it is being taken.
Now, there we go. Sigurdur's backing up here because it is not an optional effect to destroy a steam counter on Hyperdriver. That is a required effect. So Tekla Trebuchet 2000 would leave behind a resource, now sunk into Jumpstart, which normally costs 2. Only 1 now because Sigurdur controls a Hyperdriver. 6 go again after it gets a cheeky +2 from Tekla Trebuchet 2000.
It almost acts as a 0 cost pitchless card when you think about the implications of it being second, and now it's representing 6 damage with go again, thanks to the buff from the previous attack. And you look at Blaze and you think, okay, I want to try and counterburn. I want to play absorb. I want to amp up some damage, and I want to chip in. But when you're playing attack actions, you're oftentimes forced to block some of this and then swing your own conventional attack on the other side of things.
Sarwin thumbing 2 cards for the block. Seem to be a copy of Meritus Scolding and Photon Splicing, holding back a red Reverberate. Card that I think I did not see in your list. Am I correct?
No, Red Reverberate is a fantastic card in specific metas. Like, for example, in a meta, I mean, even this matchup where it's AB2, you would love to play Red Reverberate. But into other matchups and into, tall Arcane Barrier decks like Oldham and things, you just can't make it convert. So when you see a Red Reverberate or even a Blue Reverberate in a main board list like this, you think, okay, they were targeting specifically Briar.
And now the last 2 cards in hand for Sarwin will jump in front of a Throttle. It is a resource gained by Blossom of Spring in the first swing of Talishar the Lost Prince. Rust counter will be left behind, but 4 damage is pretty much undefended by Sarwin. It does have the opportunity to send in Blade Beckoner Boots.
This is a fine time to block with the gloves as well because you have no cards left in hand. You're just getting 3 value out of those. Instead, he's just going to give the boots, and he's going to end up taking 2.
2 damage conveyed, 2 -1 defense counters placed on Blade Beckoner Boots. Likely just a pass back from Sarwin Politanot.
This is a fine block, by the way, if you're wondering why not get 3 value instead of 2. It makes total sense to get the value off the Talishar swing because you don't know the next time it's going to swing.
Nucleus Aether Bolt now firing across. It is a 1-card play, but one that will probably pay dividends. An important thing to note about the Blaze Firemind ability is that it is not usable for cards in Arsenal.
Correct.
Must be a card banished out of the hand for those energy counters.
Also, this was drawn off the Ponder on turn 0, which is probably the perfect draw, specifically in this deck. I mean, arguably, there's a better line of just getting like a Scar or a Snatch or a Ravenous Rabble, but this is pure just gas off the top of the deck, and it makes you, like, it enables this play of block with the whole hand and still threaten cards from hand on the opponent's side of things.
Now, Stephen, earlier on in our broadcast, you were talking about managing your fail states. That is a key part of Silver Age, and I 100% agree with you. I would dare say that early on in this game, we are potentially seeing one of those fail states for the Dash deck, which is drawing blues and yellows rather than your potent red threats. The game is going to go by so fast. In the blink of an eye, you've got to be using the best card in your deck. And right now, Sigurdur's just not finding them.
I'll take the 3.
And this, to play around this, you would incentivize drawing more cards, expending more cards, and looking to, arsenal decent enough threats so that you can build up these bigger hands. But here, gonna just take the damage and say it's 0 to 60 time. Maybe literally, maybe figuratively, we'll find out. But it's time to push the point.
Total of 4 arcane damage goes the way of Sigurdur, down to 12. Punching Gloves going to be cashed in here, probably in that arm slot for these exact circumstances where Sigurdur is unable to find red threats, instead just converting that blue T-bone, which normally comes in for a measly 1, into 2 points of value. Punching Gloves, of course, requires an attack action card for that +2 buff. Follow-up.
He's looking and realizing that he's banishing all of his reds,
Yep.
which is exactly where you want to be if you're on the Blaze side of things. But here, Underloop is going to present 6 damage and the possible on-hit of going to the bottom of the deck.
Pretty potent when you talk about 40-card boosting decks. Another resource left in the place of the boosted red 0 to 60.
Now, it is really important that he remembers the Hyperdriver trigger, because there is a response window to that trigger from the Blaze side before they gain the resource, wherein you could deal arcane damage. But that, of course, would take place before you get absorb value. So there's this back and forth that Blaze players have to play.
Fjendal's Fighting Spirit gestured to block, but I think Sarwin didn't remember that he wouldn't gain a point of life because, of course, Sigurdur's life total did not eclipse his at the moment. That is a very different story now that that Underloop has connected. Should be at the bottom of the deck, mind you, because of the on-hit effect stapled onto that card. But a T-bone in the yellow will follow on this combat chain to go again now, and Sarwin can very easily go ahead and block with that Fjendal's Fighting Spirit and gain a point of life. Is required technically to block with a piece of equipment as well, but those Blade Beckoner boots wouldn't really change were they to join the fray. Talishar the Lost Prince crashing in for 4 yet again. Second Rust counter joins the first.
Now, this is a moment where it would have been beneficial on the previous turn cycle to give the grip up as a 3 block, because now you could send the Blade Beckoner and block 2 here, netting you your 5 total value that you were hoping to get by playing those pieces. But because that's not the case, and because you haven't dumped your hand on this turn, you can't make that block.
Well, there still is hope, Stephen, of course. Because Sigurdur has not been drawing the best cards in his deck so far, we would have to imagine that turn cycle will come to fruition at some point. And that point might be the one where Sarwin has to dump the entire hand and then get value on that unyielding grip.
It looks like Sarwin wants to hold on to the hand as it is. I think it might be a blue and a red Aether Spindle, excuse me, as we take a look. And of course, one of those is a Cindering Foresight, which is destined for the arsenal. If it is indeed blue and red, which it looks like it is, you want to hold on to those 2 cards at the very least. And you would, I mean, if you could have everything in the world, you would ask for, like, I don't know, a solid gold toilet, but you could also settle for like a Cindering Foresight in the arsenal. That'd be fantastic. And it looks like he's just going to make that play, going to 5 and setting himself up to try and stick 5 damage and the Cindering in arsenal.
Cindering absolutely huge. Match up. Blaze is
magic.
5.
Yeah.
And
Any damage in you, I opt that much.
a lot of them. Can you kill me is the question. You have 1 card in hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take
5.
5.
Set up and opt here. Yes, you want Snapback. You want your biggest red spell that you can find in concert. And that represents, on the face of it, that represents 7 arcane. But of course, you can't just leave it at 7. You have to think about how your opponent is going to respond. You'll have a Cindering that gives a +1 buff. You can pay into the Crucible activation to push this all the way up to 9.
Okay.
So if that's your best bet, then so be it.
Arsenal and pass.
It's honestly not bad at all, given that Sigurdur likely going to
And get the 7.
get rid of that last steam counter on Hyperdriver at the beginning of the turn, something that Sarwin can just wait for. And now that a second snapback joins the hand, this could be a Stormstrider's-esque turn to end all mage turns.
I mean, this is 10 arcane on the face of it, and then +1 from the Cindering in the arsenal. This is 11. So at this point, he might just have mathematic lethal. He's got to pay 4 resources for the entire thing. I think he realizes it. I think he knows. He smells blood in the water.
Oh, yeah.
In an unfavored matchup, he might be able to just pop off hard.
Sometimes you just have it, and that's all you got to do. It is Aether Spindle into the Banished Zone immediately at the cost of 4 energy counters off the top of Blaze. And now it is for Sigurdur's consideration. 2 cards in the hand. Now no longer a Hyperdriver in the arena to utilize its steam counters for more prevention. And the writing may very well be on the wall for Sigurdur. I mean, the Blaze proposition is very similar to the Kano one in that you can just simply be dead sometimes.
Now, it may not be over as we see it right here, because there is the capacity for the player on the dash side to just AB a couple of times. If you have yellows and blues, you can AB across these 3 different spells.
Sorry? It's instant on your turn.
Okay, yeah.
Considering Foresight being, I think, played out here for Sarwin. There we go. Out of the arsenal. Thank you for our spotter judge for clearing that up for us. So Sarwin will have the opportunity to opt 3. 1 card goes at the bottom, 2 on top. The more important bit of this Cindering Foresight is that it will provide extra arcane damage to the next effect that sends it.
4.
And there it is, Snapback. The first. But we know there's more to come thanks to Spellfire Cloak. 4 arcane for the man from Iceland. And now 2 reds join the pitch zone down to 2. And then there, Spellfire Cloak plus Snapback the second. That is it for Dash, and that is it for Sigurdur. Unfortunately for him, but fortunately for the Blaze enjoyers like the man sitting next to me, we are going to see one in day 2. Just barely scraping by is Sarwin Politanant.
Blaze Firemind finds the line through the top of the deck, opting to Oblivion, and wins the game in, explosive fashion. That was a fantastic way to show off both attack actions, which have made their way into the deck, and Tall Arcane in response. It was, I mean, it's pure wizard goodness.
Fantastic to end our coverage today, not with a whimper, but with a big old bang. And thank you so much to Sarwin and, of course, to our Dash player, because it was going to be that way no matter what. It was going to be a face crusher of a final match.
That is accurate. That's a fun matchup to play nowadays as the Blaze. You can sometimes just get there like that, and that's exactly what we saw.
Indeed so. And now we take a look at our final standings at the end of day 1. Unfortunately for our Dash player, they will not be joining us in day 2. At X and 3, you are down and out. X and 2 and better is what's going to trump the competition, at least in providing day 2 coverage. We look immediately to the top of the standings. Jacob Clements, how can this man keep getting away with it, Steven?
You know, when we had our production meeting yesterday, I said, I'm just going to call Jacob Clements.
I specifically said I won't.
Yeah, you did. You said you wouldn't, you left that on the table, and I scooped it right up, and it was the right call, because Oscilio in the hands of Jacob Clements is going to do some serious work.
And you know, the previous Silver Age calling that he won back in San Diego was yet another wizard. It was in the hands of Kano. Jacob was, I would say that he was the reason Kano got banned, but I would also mention that the showdown that weekend was won by Kano, and a heck of a lot of other showdowns besides.
That is true. But going down into the 6-1s, you see another Oscilio, Sam Sutherland. You see our first, viewing of Enigma as a response to a lot of this. But look at Nova Chan, 6-1 on Dromai, dodging and winning matchups.
Now, I would think that Oscilio and Enigma are probably favorable matchups for Dromai, perhaps, unless like we saw at the beginning of today, the Oscilio gets a meteoric start like Jacob Clements did. I do wonder about the prospects of Nova-Chan when there are so many Briars in the mix, though. Now, the Enigmas could fall prey to them. Of course, Rocco Yan still remaining towards the top of the pack on the Flattering Showman could also be a thorn in the side of Nova-Chan. We proceed down the standings, and we see that Justin Koo did end up taking an additional loss before proceeding into day 2. Xincheng Hao remains at X2 on Olympia in star-studded fashion, did make a crash in the feature match area. And then, oh my goodness, on this page too, I found the Briars.
You found some Briars, but look, there's also a Lexi lurking over at 24. That is our second Blaze, making it into that 5-2 record. We see yet another Phi. We saw one on that first page as well. And there's a couple of more Dromai. So these heroes are rising to the top, but it's not just one. It's not just two. Heck, even just barely missing out, there's that Hala over at 4 and 3 towards the bottom of that second column.
Proceeding on, we did see our Hala player still hanging out in that top 48. And then a couple more Oscilios. Finally, a copy of Oldham found on this page 3. Could the big bad 0 for 4 blocking man be down and out right now?
I think we saw one prior to this, and I'm not sure if they were 5-2 or if they just missed the cut. But yes, far less Oldham representation, and it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot for Oldham to deal with in this metagame. There's another, by the way, down at number 50, another Olympia. So Olympia quite popular coming out of there. There is a 4 and 3 Riptide that we talked about at the top of the show. Riptide, pretty solid. And all the way down into that 60 spot there with the 4 and 3s. More Briars kind of scattered around.
And quick correction from the coverage booth here. The top 48 will make it into day 2. It's not the clear-cut X and 2 that we have come to expect from callings in the past, because we have a slightly lower amount of players in the room. It is a total of top 48. So a good amount of X and 3s will make it into day 2. Unfortunately, still not our dash player from the feature match area.
That does mean that Hala, I believe, did make it into day 2. So maybe we see more Hala action tomorrow,
which is incredibly exciting. Now, I didn't plug it at the beginning of the stream. We do have a spoiler for you folks. It is from the most recent Judge Pack. So let's go ahead and take a quick look. There she blows. It's Vincent in her young printing, but extended art cold foil. And then, of course, Restless Commander, a spoiled zombie, surely running to the help of Malice when IAR drops. That one's also going to be in an extended art cold foil. You got to be excited for these Judge Packs every time they loom, because they inject a lot of flair into the game. And for my part, maybe it's an unpopular take, I tend to feel that the young art on Vincent is way cooler than the old version.
I mean, that was the card I got to spoil. That
what?
Along with the adult version, yeah.
Okay,
so I'm quite partial to Vincent. I think Vincent is really, really cool. But also, I am a big fan of this Restless Commander. This feels so cool. The idea of just being able to play this dude and have buffs across the board is really, really exciting. And that is going to be a sought-after card, finding it in that Judge Pack. So get out and judge.
Zombie Tribal is very fun indeed, especially when it comes in flesh and blood favor. So grab yourself a Restless Commander by, of course, judging illustrious flesh and blood events. One more slide to show you here. It's Beckoning Hunger, Shadow Realm Strength, and Otherworldly Sins. Now, we know about Beckoning Hunger. We know about the implications of that Blasmafet Insatiable Hunger token at this point. But correct me if I'm wrong, Steven. I don't think we've seen Shadow Realm Strength and Otherworldly Sins yet.
I know for a fact we have never seen Otherworldly Sins, which is a 1-cost Shadow Runeblade action that gives your next attack, your next Runeblade or Shadow attack, +3, and it creates the rune chant on the front end, if you will. So it's a buff. It creates the rune chant. It sort of enables our new Viscerai in a new way. And I mean, the art on that Shadow Realm Strength.
Oh my gosh. When I first saw it, I thought it was yet another zombie, because it is fearsome indeed. And speaking of providing a buff and also enabling the game plan, that's exactly what Shadow Realm Strength does. A 0-cost non-attack action card that will buff your next attack by 3 if you put a card from your banished zone into your graveyard. That's a zombie, which is we've been asking ourselves over and over again, how is Malice going to constantly be moving these dudes between the zones? And Shadow Realm Strength provides one of those answers.
Yeah, and you can play it in cold foil out of the Judge pack, so why would you not want to do that? I feel like there's going to be a lot of players out there, maybe the one sitting next to me, that is going to require themselves to fully max out Malice. And you know what? There's a new card you got to add to your list. But
listen, I did tell you before we went live that I was committing early to a board state hero, but I'm still a minimum rarity gamer, man. If I could make a full Dromai deck that is white bordered, I would.
You disgust me.
That's okay. That is a-okay, brother. Judge pack is coming out real soon, and it's got a lot of goodies. If you can take our word for it, those slides were looking juiced as all get out. And speaking of juice, all of y'all have been squeezing in chat, playing the game, trying to get yourself into the giveaway for this cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy, an exclusive, at least for now, of LSS streams. So, drum roll, please. Our lucky winner is Cosmic Octopus. Kudos to you for your brand new cold foil hot stamp drinking buddy, and also for the kick butt name as well.
Yeah. This jacket strikes me as a Cosmic Octopus attire.
What do you think? Maybe it was me in chat all along.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, actually.
No, I wouldn't dare. Okay, folks, that rounds out our coverage for day one here at Calling Bangkok. We are going to get some rest, and then we are going to get ready for more Silver Age action coming at you tomorrow. So from myself, from Mr. Stephen Cookus, from Ethan, and all of our friends here at LSS, we bid you a good evening and wait for more Flesh and Blood.